Oh, how are you guys doing today? For me, this is stream number 143. Hey there, Nui. Always here at the beginning. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you for joining me. So, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today. My family's had this cold that's been going around. Starting to feel it in my throat, so I don't know. Let's see if I can make it through 4 hours today. So I'm going to continue the work I did yesterday, which was refactoring. Yay! Refactoring. So the point of refactoring is to make the code cleaner, easier to read, and better quality of my life, because I have to go add stuff to the code, fix things in the code, and I'd like the code to be easier to manage when I do that. Folder increments permits. Oh, excuse me. So if you haven't seen this before, I'll give the quick intro, the real quick intro. So I am working on making a platform for my own multiplayer RPG game. I guess RPG game is redundant, right? Because it's role-playing game. Sure. Multiplayer online role-playing game. Sure, why not? Anyway, so a multiplayer server requires you to have both servers and clients, and I don't have servers yet. I'm working on that. And I like to make stuff myself, so it's been a while in this effort, and I'm not quite done. But by the end of this month, I hopefully will have enough that I can actually have a platform that works, and then I switch to game dev mode and make a game on top of it. I have a quickly made 1 week prototype game that I show sometimes that shows a few hints about what it'll look like, and I hope to start actually doing the real game next month. So there are some things I haven't finished yet. Wait. I'm going to be playing Satisfactory later today, by the way. I'm actually watching to see when that launches so I can download it. But now that I'm streaming, I probably can't download it anymore until I'm done, right? Say, my checklist. So these are the things I need to get done before I can actually launch the platform for the game. And I'm going to be working on these after I get the refactoring done. So I'm going to be integrating email, adding some legal stuff, satisfying GDPR. This is important, implementing log compaction and snapshotting. Otherwise, if anything happens to the game data, yeah, tough luck, right? So the snapshotting will also be my way of backing up so that if there's log file corruption, which I have seen a few times and I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet, I should be able to restore from a snapshot. And the snapshots will be pretty frequent. I'll probably capture as many as I can, maybe every few minutes, until I start to have disk space problems, and then consider increasing the snapshot time. So, configuring the client to find the servers and a few loose ends, all should be ready to go. But I'm working on refactoring today, because the code right now is pretty messy, and it increases the amount of time it takes me to fix things and add new things, and increases the chance of bugs. So I want to get work on that. Pin number. Did you see a pin number? Oh, I hope you didn't see a pin number. I don't see a pin number. Pin number? Oh well, if you saw a pin number, let me know. Okay, so the refactoring I was doing yesterday is mostly centered around going into this table here of handlers for messages from the client to the server, and trying to consolidate these into a sequence of macros. So I've gotten these all ported over, so to speak, and I have all of these left to go essentially. All of the server-to-server messages have to go. And I also want to pull in all of these client and admin message handlers as well. But some of these are going to be a little bit tricky. I actually had an idea about how to do these two. Yesterday I couldn't do them because these two commands don't result in a command being generated. But the macro, the template I had making here requires you to have a command factory. And I thought after the stream yesterday, why don't I just allow that to return null? So if command factory returns null, maybe we don't do that. Actually, I guess it looks like I already did that. Okay, see, that's why I'm out of it. I've already done the thing that I thought of after the end of last stream that I should do. How funny. Oh, I joked about an MMORPG. RPG. I see. My jokes are bad. Is there a class for learning how to tell better jokes? I'd like to sign up for that. Hey there, Romania. How's it going? I have a question, Romani. Do you watch me and Adam at the same time? If so, that's pretty awesome. I can't do that. Stand-up classes. Stand-up comedy? Wow. Cool. I can't do that. I can't do stand-up comedy, and I can't watch 2 streams at once. Anyway, let's see. This is the mechanism I'll use to pull in the commands that don't actually... pull in the message handlers that don't actually produce the command. So we'll go through this, and then it'll skip actually appending. So yeah, this will work. Let me convert these. So the idea is we'll take auth response and pull it out and put it here. I need to start putting these in alphabetical order too. Auth response, and that is in auth. I would like to look up to see if there's a way at the preprocessor you can do capitalization, because then I can remove one of these macro arguments. That would be awesome. Oh, you switch to one or another if you code in the background? Yeah, so that makes sense. All right, auth response. Probably is here, right? Yep. So bookmark that, and then let me find a pair of the message handlers come in pairs now. A check and a make command. So this is the new pattern that I have to apply here instead of this old prototype. So auth response instead of what I pasted there. There we go. This can go. And then we'll have auth response check and command, but command will do nothing. It'll just return null in place of on auth response. Okay. Out dent. Take the scoping. You can't change capitalization with macros? Well, shucks. That sounds like a challenge, doesn't it? You can't do it? I bet I'll find a sneaky way to do it. You could take a... So yeah. Can you do arithmetic with the preprocessor? Now I want to find out, because if I could do it, wouldn't that be awesome? C preprocessor arithmetic. Can it? Preprocessor condition. Okay, and then can I take the first character of a symbol? You preprocessor get first character of symbol. That's a problem, because I would need to pull out the first character, and then if I had the first character, I could have that huge set of ifs to turn it into its capitalized form, right? But that's the rub, right? I'd get the first character. It doesn't look like you can do that. If you could, wouldn't that be awesome? There's gotta be a way to do it. Maybe C++ const expr. Oh, you know what I could do? This number of symbols is limited, right? I only have like 10 of them, so I could just have 10 ifs. I'm tempted to try it right now. But let me finish this one first. It would be a total hack anyway to do what I'm thinking about doing. Okay, so this is basically all of this goes into the pre-command check. right? Let me think about this. Let me put a bookmark there and go to the end of this and see when does it get called. Message handler comes in. Yeah, it does a pre-command check. Actually, so if we returned false from the pre-command check, it would just handle the message only. Maybe that's what we want. So if I just do this entire thing and then always return false, then this is just a placeholder that returns nothing, ever. So return false all the time. Would this work? You know who can answer that question? My unit tests. First build of the day takes longer. Get those blocks in that disk cache. It's significantly longer. It's like 10 times longer. The first build of the day. All right, let me... While that's working, let me... Oh, see, it's already done. Murphy's Law says, moment I try to do something else, it's done. Oh, come on. It's like those traffic lights that just stay red. Ah, hate that. Okay. I'm hopeful to see all green there, and then I can try my little macro trick. Actually, let me check this in. Get GUI. So this is update auth response message handler. Cool. So let's try this macro trick. Too bad I already closed this. What's this? New stuff? If important updates. Uh-oh. Oh no, teams. I thought it said terms, like terms of use. It's kind of cute though. Anyway, C pre-process arithmetic. Yeah, this one had. Can't have conditionals in a definition though. Okay, I have a wild idea. Let's just try deleting these. This is what we want to do. Go to this macro. Let's get rid of subtype. I'm wondering if I can make a whole bunch of preprocessor symbols. So like, what if I did this? Does that work if I then do this? Auth type is auth. Does this work? I just need to make sure I get all of them. I'll find the whole list here. So auth config. Let me just get the types. Messaging. Moderation profile. Raft and subs. Oh, that was already right. Okay, now to guard this so I don't accidentally use it, let me put an underscore at the end. Actually, I never do this for other symbols, so this should probably be safer if I put underscores there and then put them here. If that works, that'd be awesome. I just don't know if that'll work. Let's see. Oh, I think it worked. Tricky. So as long as I have mappings for all of the types for the subcomponents of the coordinator, and then it invokes it through there, which maps it to that, that'll work. Nice. Cool, I like it. Let me check it in. Hey there, Deathpacks. I'm having fun with evil C macros, or C preprocessor macros. So I eliminated one macro argument by doing a trick here. So that symbol is glued with underscore type, and then I had a bunch of other symbols to turn it into the correct name. And so I was able to eliminate the third argument to the macro. Isn't that tricky? That's what we were looking at, right? So, do evil macro tricks. Sure, why not? That's a great commit. You still need to list them? That's fine. I'm not going to be adding subcomponents a lot, so whenever I do add a subcomponent there, I'd have to add a line to the end of here, a line to the end of here. I obviously have to declare it in the structure declaration, and there's another place, right? There are a couple places that I'd have to go do. The way I'd probably do it is... Actually, there's no one good way. If I forget this, I would just rely on some test failing. That's a short, direct answer. Okay. Remind me of the hack to look at it later. I don't think that there's a better way to do it than this hack. So I think what I would want to do is have somewhere where I document what things have to change, the places of changes required if you add a subcomponent. So make a document describing where in the code changes would be needed if a component were to be added, changed, or removed the coordinator. This is a subcomponent. All right. Okay. Let's just run through these. I want to get rid of this declaration completely. So fetch profiles next. Let me try to put these in alphabetical order while I'm at it. So D comes after C. Yeah, okay. That was already almost in order. Fetch profile, right? Actually, I don't need to search for it. I know where it is. It's here. Like it says, the register client message gets expanded with a submacro that's replaced again by the defines. Oh, well, I think just looking at those macros, at least I could figure that out, because I'll see this underscore type, which is unusual. It doesn't match my normal naming convention, and then I'll see it here, and I think that's enough for me to figure it out. Okay. Just in case, though, I'll do what you suggest. So I'll put it here, actually. Actually, let's put it in both. These turn coordinator subcomponent names into their corresponding types. These are used in the macros. I actually probably will have a third one, so I'm going to just put the star to represent all of them. So this is... this uses the macros above, which do this. And we want to say first that this adds the appropriate, actually, what does it actually add? I think it populates these two tables, client and server message handlers. In order to process a client message where the username, the player's username, is collected from the client connection, i.e., whoever is logged in. All right, and then this is different here. This sets appropriate client and message server message handlers in order to process the client message where the... Okay, now I don't remember. Whatever this says. Oh, it's where it's from the message itself. Okay. It's collected from the username field of the message itself. Because that's one variation that I have to support. All right. There we go. Properly documented macros. You know what would make me feel better is to indent this correctly. There we go. Should I have Doxygen style comments for these macros? I don't know. I kind of feel like they don't deserve it because they're a preprocessor. It's just like to make it easier to read, but in the documentation, there is no actual function called this. I guess it wouldn't hurt. Yeah. Okay. You convinced me. Let's turn them into these style. Doesn't cost me that much, just a few moments. I should have been smarter about that and did a search replace. Let's do smarter this time. So here, search replace slash, oops. Search, I had to hit Control H and then hit this magic in selection. I guess that's Control Alt L. Okay, I'll remember that for next time. Just space star. There we go. And that should be on a line of its own. There we go. You're a C# dev, so most of this beyond you. Since you've done anything in C++. This is technically C right here. This macro, and it's ugly black magic. It's so that I can hide away boilerplate stuff. So everything here that's not in the argument list is just stuff that's repeated over and over again. So I hide it away inside of a macro so that I can just have a one line when I register every message handler I have. But that's all that these macros do. Now what these tables are really just dictionaries. So what is that in C#? Is that called dictionary? I think so. In C++, it's called a map. It's basically the same thing. There's a key. Oops. This is the key, and that's the value. And the key is just so standard string is a C++ string as opposed to a C string, which is just a pointer to characters. And then the values here are functions. And in the latest C++, function object is just a standard function, and then you just say what the function returns and what its arguments are. So the closest thing in C# to this would be a delegate. So on execution delegate. So I actually even use the word delegate. So that's familiar to me and other people who have seen that in other languages like C#. So this is just a dictionary of delegates with keys, and I'm using it where if an incoming message from a client has this as the type of the message, it sets up to call this function to handle that message. And because I had basically the same word in the key and in the function, this is the old way. The new way is to just have a macro where I only have to say the word once, and then it expands correctly. And I did another thing here. This is all part of the refactoring I started yesterday. So it registers two fundamentally different things for every message, which is a pre-command check and a command factory. And it takes that and it calls a helper called register client message, which is this guy, and that one forms the things that actually go into that client message handlers and server message handlers table, and it takes the things that are the same for every kind of message, which are like how we extract the username and we extract the client name, a client ID, and the server's instance ID, and then the stuff about if it's the leader of the cluster, call the function directly, otherwise forward the message to the leader. All of that's exactly the same for every kind of message. So I've refactored it, I've extracted that out into this register client message helper, so we only have to do it once. But the syntax is a little weird. Whenever you have something like this, it's basically making an anonymous function, and the key to seeing that is when you see these square brackets followed by an argument list. That's what they call a lambda function or a lambda expression, and this becomes like, it's called a capture list. You could also think of it as the context or the what do they call it? I think it's called a capture when you're talking about closures. Closure, that's it. This is what we close the function on. These are the arguments, and that's the body of the function. This is a relatively new syntax as well. So that append command is a function object, and the body of that function object is just inline, rather than having to declare it somewhere else. So I make one of those, and then I immediately use it to make another function, which calls it down here, and then another function passed in. So there's a lot of functional programming done here in order to separate the things that are common between all message handlers and the things that are different. So for this case, the thing that was different for auth response was this logic. So this logic is specific to auth response, and then all the rest of this stuff is just the same for every kind of message. Hey there, I play poker badly. How are you doing? I am having fun doing macro black magic. So I did this earlier, and I'm quite proud and embarrassed about it. So rather than saying like auth, comma, capital auth, I just had these sort of hacked in mappings, and then we use them here using the macro argument glue magic. You could take an argument on the left-hand side and then glue it. The double pound sign is glue with, and then a constant piece of a symbol, and it makes a larger symbol, which is itself a macro that goes to the actual type name. A lot of evil stuff here, but it's all for a good purpose. I can reduce it down to just one line whenever I need to register a new client message handler. All right, so I was working on fetch profile, wasn't I? And that is in profile. So let's find on fetch profile. So there's the old way we do it. So let me bookmark that, and then do I have any other? I already cleared all my other bookmarks. Okay. The new way is there's a pre-check and a make command. So this style. So I'll copy that, paste it here. Hope everyone's doing well today. I think I'm getting a cold. I don't know if I'll be able to stream the full 4 hours today. Haven't been sleeping well. My son and my wife both had this cold, so I'm probably getting it again, which sucks, but hey, you know, it happens. All right. Let's just go to where this function is, because it'll be right under it. Here it is. There's the new style. The duo of functions that we need for the new style handler. So check or pre-command check does the stuff, basically this stuff where everything you would do before you actually change the game state. And then make command actually produces the command, and raft is a reference to this algorithm that I implemented to make the change to the server state into an object called a command, which is concatenated to the end of a journal or log, which the raft algorithm describes. That's how changes are replicated across the whole server network, which I call a cluster. So we don't need to do anything for fetch profile because it doesn't actually change any state. We're just doing the pre-command check, which is also has a side effect if it sends the player profile to the client. So we can just do this and always return false. Meaning we don't need to proceed any further. We don't need to do any more work. And we're done. That should be it. So I originally developed all this code using test-driven development. That means I have like this huge suite of tests. So it allows me, when I'm refactoring like that, moving code around, I just run my unit tests to make sure I didn't break anything. Uh-oh. Well, it didn't link. Make command. Which profile? I do have. Oh, I didn't have the scope of the class correct. Yeah, there we go. Fixed it. All right. Oh, my unit test dropped off the end. I need to find them again. Let's just run everything. It's down here. Actually, I don't know if I'm getting sick or if it's just allergies. There was a lot of rain where I live in Southern California. When that happens, there's a lot of pollen in the air after a few weeks. And a lot of butterflies too, actually. So, good and bad. Okay, everything is successfully still working, so I'm going to check it in. Try to get check-ins incrementally. So, okay, let me check this in separate. I'll check in these two. No. I'll check in the macro magic first. Oh, wait a minute. This was just documenting it, right? Okay, so check that in. And I'll say add comments for evil macros. And this was all... Okay, let me add this one separately. That was just putting in alphabetical order. Alphabetical order police arrived. Try to put a little bit of humor about my strange sense of humor into my code through comments and stuff. It's been raining there in Germany. It's also pretty windy, I heard. I heard that Germany produced so much wind that was it over 65% of the country's power was met with just wind power alone, which is pretty awesome. And in other parts of Europe, there was so much wind that they actually were generating too much. They're generating more than they were using. That's pretty cool. Yeah, for Southern California, though, the rain is unusual, so we have like a super bloom of flowers and butterflies and pollen, which sucks for people who have allergies. All right, so, oh, wait a minute. That was already staged. Okay, so update fetch profile message handler. Yeah, for us, it doesn't get so windy. Maybe once in a while during the storm time. You didn't hear about the power thing? Yeah, it's like it was on the news here that like it was pretty cool because we don't. That's a lot of renewable energy being made, which is nice. Okay, what's next? Get my tickets. Let's do that next. Get my tickets. Moderation. Okay, get my tickets. Get my tickets. Moderation. Oops. And do I have anything with check in it? Yes. There we go. Actually, you know what? I could probably make a macro for this too. Why don't I do that? Because this is just a redundant, isn't it? So I have to keep doing that and then... Yeah, what the heck am I doing? Let me make a macro out of this. So I'll do one more time and then I'll make a macro. Good compromise, right? Do one more good thing and then you can do an evil thing. Wah! One more act of goodness and then I can do one more act of evilness. Okay, this is on. Get my tickets. Get my tickets. Sunny? Here it's kind of cloudy. Which is, I'm glad that I have this light diffuser now, because otherwise my camera filter would be having trouble. Alright, so again, I think it's all, yeah, it's all in the pre-check only. So it's really, it's actually adding a little bit of more code, because it's the same amount of code here, only have to have an additional return false. These returns have to actually return false, and then I have to actually return null pointer here. But that's okay, it's all for a good cause. I wonder if I could actually make a macro for that. I could, couldn't I? I could totally macro the crap out of this. It makes me want to do it, because evil, you know. When do you get a chance to do evil things to your code? Freshly cold? Yeah, I would imagine. Is it still winter pretty much? Like 0 Celsius or below? I was in Austria a while back, and it was so cold. I had winter gear on, and my hands were still freezing. And I'm like, man, Austria's cold in the winter. It was beautiful, though. Beautiful, but cold. Okay, everything's still working. I'll check that in. Check in the active good before the active evil is done. So this is update get my tickets. Message handler. Okay, time for evil. Let's start with this auth response. Let's just search for that, and then it will be this. I'm going to reduce this to one line. That's how awesome I am. So we'll just make this a pound define. No, not a pound define. Declare. Let's make it match this. So that's register. How about declare client message? And this is a special one, right? Oh no, it doesn't need to be special, because they're all the same with this. And all we need that's different is this. And then this whole entire thing becomes we're going to strip the comments out and then turn it into a macro that we're going to put somewhere common, which would be, where would be a good place? I don't know. I'm actually surprised this doesn't include its own header. Oh no, this is the header. Commonplace coordinator, HTTP. Let's make a special header for this called evil macros. Basically 0 to 9 Celsius. That's still cold for me. I'm in Southern California, so anything below probably 10 Celsius is like too cold. We're wimps, you know. Okay, I'm gonna make a new header. I'm gonna call it evil macros, because I can. Evil macros as a pragma once. Evil macros. This module defines, you don't declare a macro, you define it. C preprocessor macros used to hide away boilerplate, which is otherwise known as common, or no, not just common. This boilerplate's self-explanatory, right? What does boilerplate mean? They sometimes like to look up words to make sure I am using them correctly. Boilerplate is... Okay, that's not the correct definition. There's... Okay, boilerplate text is any written text that can be reused in new contexts or applications without significant changes to the original. Or boilerplate code. Code refers to sections of code that have to be included in many places with little or no alteration. Yeah, okay. So if we say boilerplate code, then that's specific, right? Freshly cold wasn't that cold. It's like with a jacket, you can go outside, yeah. During the rain, occasionally some snow. Yeah, I'd go out with full winter gear. I'd be cold. This is this year only. Used to hideaway boilerplate code. Is that all we need to say? This module defines preprocessor macros used to hideaway boilerplate code to make the non-boilerplate code easier to read and maintain. Okay, I don't need to include anything because these are just macros, right? So I'm just going to put them here. I will actually move. Hold on. I defined that header, and I should be a good build system citizen and list it here under sources. No, headers. Here. Evil macros. Okay, I listed them there. And in fact, I will even run cmake to make sure that it's fine. Okay, it's fine. So here I will include coordinator evil macros. And then here as well. Okay. Now let's move our first set of evil macros there. So these ones here. That way we can have this code be relatively clean. And I can outdent these. There we go. Okay, and now I wanted to take these and turn them into the nice evil macro. All right, here we go. I'm going to put them here. Outdent, and we're going to define that symbol I wanted it to be, declare client message. And it is, so what's the argument? Type? And all of these lines have to have a continuation character on them. Like that. Oh, one here as well, and there. Okay, then all of these auth responses become type glue. That's it, right? And let's try it out. So I think it just needs time to catch up. Int. Oh, let's remove this last semicolon. That should work, right? Let's try it out. Yeah, in public transport, you mean like in the underground? Or on the bus? Yeah, I remember using public transport a lot in Europe, and it wasn't so bad. It's not so good in the US, public transport, but in Europe it was really nice. Okay, it's working, so I can reuse this macro everywhere else. I'm going to do a search. I'm going to do a regular expression search for check, followed by open parentheses, and we'll just go through the headers only. So I'm going to include HPP, and I'm going to go through and I'm just going to do this, swipe out what was here before. And change password. So just do that. I'll probably put these somewhere common so they're not sprinkled around. Change password. Hey there, Pollux. I'm doing good. I'm using evil macros today to do refactoring and removing boilerplate. So you'll see me taking almost a page worth of code at a time here and replacing it with a macro because they're all the same. Message handlers all have now the same pair of functions, and now I have an evil macro that hides away that boilerplate stuff. That is actually there's a good reason to do this. If I ever need to change the signature of either of these functions, or even say add a third function, I just do it once in the macro, and I don't have to go through all my code to all these different places and change it in each individual instance. That makes sense because these functions are used by a function generator down here now that expects certain kinds of functions, right? And furthermore, I'm invoking that through another macro here So it has to, it's a very rigid interface. And so here macros are a good thing. Hey there, bug found. Oh, look at that with the silver gear. 3 months. Hope you guys are having a good day. I am, I think, coming down with some kind of cold or allergies. So I'm not so great, but I think I'll be able to stream for the rest of the time. I know React a little bit, but today it's C++. You're stuck? I can see if I can help, or someone else here could probably help. Ah, look at that. Thanks for the sub, Bugfound. Very, very generous. Thank you for your support. Bugfound is probably the most important VIP in the channel. He helps out a lot. So, props to Bugfound. He's also gifted a bunch of subs, so he gives him that nifty badge that we see. All right, more evil macros while we wait for Pollux. You're gonna give us let us know where you're stuck on React. Maybe we can help. While we're waiting for that, let me continue to do my evil deeds here with macros. I like to joke around with macros being evil. Right, get my tickets was flag player here before? Yeah, it was. So we're gonna put next to it its brother, get my tickets. So I get to delete a lot of lines of code there because they're all inside the macro now. Okay, here it's player ticket add note. And again, player ticket change state. I don't know why I didn't think about this sooner. That's so much nicer. And then report issue. Just one line of code to replace all that redundant declaration. Okay. Was there more? Oh, there's more in fetch, looks like. I mean profile. Fetch profile. Oh, we got something to look at. Let's see. Can I increase the font size? I probably can. Okay, let's see what the problem here might be. So you're pulling in some props. You see when you call the update position first. Yes, right here. You get the lat and long from the props. Yes. Is that how you do it? That means, all right, these get the values of the corresponding keys from props, right? Okay. They render the data in the list view, but after getting a new map data, when you get back to the list view, the prop is still the same. So the context update is getting called again with the same prop. You get the same initial data. Oh, so you're saying the prop doesn't change? I wonder if it has to do with the fact that it's const. I don't actually know what const maps to. Have you tried let instead of const? Probably that's not it, right? Yeah, every time the props change, like if you change the prop from whatever higher component, that should have caused the render to re-render, and you should have gotten your props back out. So I don't know why. Is this inside of a class? I wonder if it's something to do with something else you have in the class. Wait a minute, you want to get the data initially and not use it again. I see what you're saying. Are you saying that you have initial lat long and then you get an updated lat long and you want to keep both? Maybe I'm not understanding. So if you wanted to get the initial, I think what you'd do is you would have some state that has like a Boolean, and then every time you render, actually no, that's not a good idea. On component will update, I think what you should do is, or component did mount, I'm not sure which one, you would record what the props were the first time, and then set that flag so that you wouldn't set it the second time. So you don't, it'd be like a one shot. That's if you wanted to keep the initial lat long and have it not change when the props change. Something like that. One shot flag, right? Does that make sense? Because yeah, otherwise every time it renders, it'll have a new lat long, and so this will keep changing, right? I hope that helped. Let me know if I misunderstood. But yeah, the component lifecycle methods like component did mount and did update, those are called independently of render, and those are your opportunity to like capture the initial state or update the state, right? Okay. You could also just have a flag that's not even in React, just is a member variable that is a one shot where you initialize it to 0 in the constructor, and you set it to 1 once you grab the initial lat long, like the first render, and then every time subsequent render it'll already be 1, and so you just do something different. Hey there, 85 filter. How's it going? I'm doing evil macros here. Cool, Pollux. No, you're not stupid. Not at all. I was stupid for doing all this redundant copy-paste yesterday and not thinking I could use a macro to simplify it. See, look, I'm replacing right now almost a page worth of code with a macro invocation from Evil Macros that does the same with a little glue magic. I don't need the search anymore. Oh no, I do need the search. Yeah, so I feel stupid for not realizing that yesterday because I did a bunch of copy-paste I didn't need to do. Log out. Log out, check. And make command are now reduced. And I'm watching my phone because anytime now, actually, I guess it's later this afternoon, we'll hear about Adam13531's big announcement, whatever it is. I don't know what it's going to be. Okay, this really went down here, right? This is going to be changed soon, but not right now. I'm just doing the ones right now that already have the check make command pair. Okay, we're done. So let me just build it and make sure I didn't break anything. Midweek madness? Yeah. I hope everyone's feeling well. I think I'm either getting a cold or allergies, so for me, not so fun today. But I have to do work. I have to get this game platform ready. I'm still hoping to have everything that I want to have initially to start building a game on top by April 1st. And that's not an April Fool. My wife was like, you realize that that's April Fool's Day, right? I'm like, oh yeah, I guess so. The IntelliSense is confused. Okay, now it's okay. All right, good. So all of this work is employing evil macros. Yes. So reduce boilerplate using more macros. Wahahaha. Ah. Because I can. You can't stop me. All right. Why does it keep popping up that it thinks that there's an error here? Huh. Time to reset the IntelliSense. Let's app data. Oops. App data roaming code user workspace storage, and you go into here, you go into there, and delete the browse database. And then you restart VS Code, and it forces it to rebuild the IntelliSense. Simple database. Usually that clears things up for a while. All right. My goal is to reduce this to nothing today. Uh-oh. What the heck? Why is it all in caps? I need to close it and open it again. Failed to create it. That seems to be working. Really can't. It can't really bring such commit messages since it feels rather unnatural. Oh yeah. Well, just remember, I have a strange sense of humor. That's why I can do it. Or that's why I'm okay doing it. Okay, log in. That's next. This is going to be a tougher one, I think. We're going to try to put it here. Log in. That's in auth. Okay. Which means the new way to do it would be to go to auth and just declare it anywhere here. Actually, that's where the old one is, so the new one will go right above it. Okay, and then we'll go down to here. On login. So here. Yeah, look, it's really confused. Why is it so confused? So I need one of those called login check, and I need another one for make command. Login make command. I could even use a macro to clean this up, but not quite yet. Okay, this one was strange because it does some asynchronous stuff. I'm wondering if I need to make another set of factories for this. Where's the on success? Oh, on success. Yeah, where's on success? Oh, it's just do login. And do login ultimately calls this player login. And that one does the command, right? Ah, this is all wrecked. Let's remove that. Don't need that. You need that. Okay. Yeah, this is the one. This is going to be trouble. This is what I want to put into. Let me just grab it now. This part goes here to make the command, and then that is a return false or null pointer, and this one returns login. That's the body of that, and then the check part, that's the, okay, this is going to break, but we'll just do it for now. So take this out. This is the old function, it goes away. Return true. This isn't going to work. Let's see how far I can get with it. Now this is inside of that capture, so I'm going to reduce that. And then that's false. Okay, that's, no, these are inside captures also. So let me collapse those. Okay. Okay, I have to fix this up somehow. And I also need to fix IntelliSense again. Unexpected end of file. Oh, is that why? Oh yeah, look at that. That's probably why. Yeah, so it doesn't like this. Actually, why doesn't it like this? Oh, because this should be profile. No, it's auth. Hold on, let me look at the lens. Get lens. What did the code used to have in it? Oh, that's the working tree. What did it used to have? Oh, hold on. I'm getting confused. That's the new code. Oh, that's copied from somewhere else completely. That's why. I copied that from where? Profile? Where I copied that from? Yeah, copied it from profile. So it's all these have to go be impl profile dot. That have all the players have to have that in front. Then token we don't know yet. IP address we don't know yet. I guess we're going to pick it out of the message. Okay, let me figure that out in a minute. I need to go take a break, use the restroom. I'll be right back. Just a minute or two. Be right back. Hello. I'm back. IntelliSense is screaming at me. It was, yeah. That's what one character off can do, right? If you... I did this, right? Completely screws that up. It's screaming because that's the one thing that you can really. That's the one time where one character being off really screws things up is when it's in punctuation. Thanks, Dewey. Okay. I'm going to look at the boilerplate I have. I'm thinking I actually want different boilerplate for one of these asynchronous things. So this is the boilerplate for a synchronous thing. So a synchronous handler which always will either forward or append a command, forward the message or append a command. In this case, it is where is it? Hold on, I'm getting confused. Did I delete the code I wanted to keep? I think I deleted it and I didn't want to. I need to get it back. Get Lens to the rescue. Where's the code that I wanted to keep? Oh no, it's here. I don't know what I was thinking. It's in login check. It's just collapsed, right? So it's here. I just had it collapse. I'm like, where'd it go? IntelliSense itself errored out and showed some pass. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I don't know what that meant. It made me think, oh, I'm gonna have to go reset the IntelliSense again. I don't know. It seems to be pretty flaky, doesn't it? I think the more you use macros, also, I think the more you run the risk. More you do this stuff, the more you run the risk of IntelliSense getting creeped out. So if I collapse the actual function objects, okay, I'm gonna make a template. I'm gonna make not a template, but a client message handler factory that has this form where you have to supply the on success, failure, and bad input. So I'll have to provide those, which includes the do login. And call initiate recapture validation. Actually, but the problem is here, we only do it some of the time. That's fine. We can have a condition. And if the condition is true, do the recapture validation. Otherwise, just do the success right away. Yeah, that'll work. So let me come up with this, another macro, right? So an alternative. Declare client message with reCAPTCHA. So there will be three more functions, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, hold on. Are these just little functions? And what are their argument? They have no arguments. This one has an error codes one. Okay. So there's still a check. And there are three more. Actually, I just shouldn't paste 3 times. These ones are returning nothing, right? Yeah. So they return nothing. Well, thanks for the follow. Let me see if I can say your name right. Iuvenolisks. That's my best attempt. I hope that's close. Okay, so This is not a check. This is a reCAPTCHA success. Do I need to spell that out? Really, it's not success, it's proceed, right? Yeah, let's call it proceed. And what are its arguments? It is given everything the do-login probably needs. The WebSocket, the username, the message. WebSocket username, not the client. I can get the username from the client, right? No. The username is possibly provided. Okay, make it username. Don't know if that's right, but we can change this easily. And then the next one I need is bad input, reCAPTCHA bad input. reCAPTCHA bad. And it doesn't get anything other than the WebSocket. That's fine. And then reCAPTCHA failure. Or fail. So the difference between bad and fail, I guess I could say bad input. Yeah, let's just spell it out. Bad input failure. Failure gets an error codes. Failure. There's no comma there. Okay. Oh, and then I wanted to have a condition. So how do I get this player server context? It's using the username. So check, and then actually, if yeah, I guess we'll make that separate. So it's after check returns true, then we call something else to see. Okay, we'll call it reCAPTCHA needed. Bool. And what does it need? Really just needs the, doesn't need the WebSocket. It needs to know the client name, so username. Maybe the message. This one didn't, though. Yeah, let's leave it out. Okay, so there's initial check of the client request, and then there's a decision needs to be made whether or not reCAPTCHA is needed. Proceed is what you call when either you don't need the reCAPTCHA or the reCAPTCHA succeeds. If you did need the CAPTCHA, if it failed, or if there's bad input, then we call one of those two. Then what do I actually give? Oh, it's in the message. I guess it'll always be there, right? So we'll just assume it's in there. Okay, I'll go with that, and then that means that auth will use that macro instead of the normal one, like that. That means this auth here, in addition to the check, we will need these three. So let's just paste them in. So collapse that, paste those, and then here we'll do some fix up. So search replace within the selection, change space backslash with nothing. And then replace type with coordinator auth log in. And then that's fine. I can do the rest manually. So click all these spots, and then these, and then do that. Is there a way to access new context API within component did mount? Oh, there's a hacky workaround? So it wasn't easy to do within component did mount? The new context API, is that React hooks? Or is that something else? Or context is a prop? Oh, no, no. Context is something else that I only barely know about. It's a way to like bury an object, and then somewhere else in your DOM tree you can dig it up and get access to it, right? What's this 41 plus 2 minus? Who would say anyway? And this is more negatives than positives. Ah, yeah, this is pretty advanced. I don't know. I feel uncomfortable weighing in on this subject. Yeah, it is like global state, right? I've used it a little bit. What did I use it with? I think I used it with React with the Redux the Redux does the same thing, right? It stashes the state so you can pick it up from anywhere, right? But that's the limit to what I've done with it. Okay, what is this error here? Undeclared identif. What does this say? Oh, that's an old compiler error. Okay. So these should be good. I just need to fill in. Oh, this is extraneous. I just need to fill in the details here. So they're all in this original one. Let me pick out the easy ones first. It's this stuff here. Beyond bad input goes here. And I don't need I don't need these lines or the capture. I just do that. And then failure is this part here. Right there. And then the proceed is the do login part here. This stuff. So this is all given, so we start here, I guess. And we do this. So that's the proceed. And that's fine, right? Oh, except for this part. That should go into the make command. Sort of, right? That's how we get the token out. So that really, if that's a return true and this is a return false, then this goes here. If the message has a token, then token, okay, so that's, we can just simplify that. We can say const s string token equals message token. Otherwise, we're picking out the password, right? So, password. I don't need this anymore. So I can move that down. Where's password used? There. So if there's no token, we use the password. I still need IP address. Need to figure out where I get that from. Is that always stashed in the message? Let me look. No. But can't I get that from the client context? Where was I? Isn't that available through the client? Oh, I don't have the client context. Right. Yeah, how did I get the IP address before? Maybe I didn't. Did you include that now? I think I need to include it. Yes. So this append command needs to include it, I think. All right. Adding more and more things to this. Yeah, let's just add it here, even though it's not. I'm going to end up making another alternate register client message. We'll do it we'll do it universally. So this will include the IP address. And then this one is message IP address. And then append command needs to carry an IP address, so const string IP address. That means we're giving it to the command factory, which makes sense. So this command factory needs an IP address. Found a decent starter project for TypeScript React parcel bundler. Oh, cool. Let me bookmark that. Eventually, when I get to TypeScript, I'll probably find that handy. Thank you very much. So, IP address. Let's document that. This is the IP address of the client. Actually, I'm going to say from which the player was and perhaps still is connected. Okay, now adding that, I got to change a bunch of stuff, but the macro, since I'm doing a lot of it in the macros, it's not so bad. That is here, right? Const standard string IP address. And which means I need it down here too. Not so bad. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. That's right, Moo Moo's streaming right now. How are you doing? I got to see some of your stream last night. Yay! Although I did go to bed at 1:30 in the morning for me, and you're just you're going strong still. I don't know how much longer you streamed, but that was fun. For anyone who hasn't seen Mr. Muffles, he's back on Twitch. He took a break, now he's back. You should check out his stream. He's working on a Metroidvania style game in Unity, and I think it looks really polished. I like the animations and the art style. It reminds me of, what was that, Ghouls and Ghosts? Old but good game. You stopped at 3:30, man. I cannot stay up that late. Even when I was like in college, if I stayed up later than 2, I would just feel like crap the next day. Almost like having a hangover. I just could not do it. That's okay. I can always watch the VOD, right? Only parts might get muted because of the music, but that's okay. I actually got to see most of it, most of your previous stream yesterday after the fact. I just can't chat in there. I can't participate, which is a bummer, but that's okay. All right, yeah, today I'm doing evil macros to collapse all the boilerplate down. Thanks for the follow, Saika. That's not sad times. I don't have to see every single second. And I was able to interact with you yesterday, so that was great. Okay, so make command factory needs to be updated, right? Wait a minute, do I use this anymore? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, so this needs to be updated. So there and there. Const string. I still think this is cool where I'm typing in 2 places at once. I don't know why, but I just find that really cool. And I guess I am no, I don't need to replicate any documentation. That's fine. Oh, I'm probably gonna need the same kind of macros, right? When I register it for these 4 new guys. So let me just do that. Let me get prepared to do that. Actually, can I make this? Can I do a macro with it to do this? It's all this section here is almost identical to this. The arguments are identical. I'll think about it. Today I'm in a mood for making macros, which is potentially dangerous. Yeah, you can chat. Although the people that I've seen like keep their VODs around, a lot of them disable chatting in them. Not sure why. Maybe because they don't need to go back and moderate it. Make a macro, exactly. Okay. Guess we're doing it. We're doing this thing. So paste. So I need to make a template for every one of these boilerplate functions in order to do the binding, because I don't know a better way of doing it, which is fine. So this is a reCAPTCHA needed, and it takes... Actually, can I do that, and then... Oh, look at that. Whoa, that's cool. And I just need username here. So this is make reCAPTCHA needed. I need to define that. This template is used to make factories producing delegates, which determine whether or not a reCAPTCHA check is required to process some kind of message. All right, and then we're copying that. We'll do this a few more times. So next is proceed. It has these arguments. So yeah, can I do this? So I gotta click there and click. Oh, what's that? Slickfer, resubscribed. Thanks for the resub, Slickfer. You're awesome. Paste, and then this just feels weird to have multiple cursors. It works though. And then WebSocket username message. And this is a proceed. I can click there and do that trick. Which continue the process of basically whatever the pre-check did. Let's just say continue the process of handling a client message after a possible reCAPTCHA check is made. All right. 2 more. reCAPTCHA bad input takes one of these guys. Come on, clicker. There we go. Oh, it didn't work. Click. Let's try it again. Click, click. There we go. And this is called reCAPTCHA bad input. These are delegates which handle bad input for a reCAPTCHA check made for some kind of message. Some kind of client request. So how are you doing, guys? Mr. Muffles, for example, even though you stayed up till the early hours of the morning, are you doing okay today? Thanks for the follow, at a riot. I trust that you recover better than I do from staying up so late. I cannot do that again. Much props to anyone who can. There are codes. I think I'm done with making that template. I just need to rename this, right? Handle a failure. A failure from a check made for some kind of client. Okay. You overslept a little? Okay. I didn't sleep enough. I think that's maybe the problem. I didn't sleep very well because either I'm getting a cold or I'm coming down with I got allergies or something. I need to define these function types. Needed, proceed, bad input, failure. Okay. So wherever this is declared, we'll declare more. Let me bookmark that, and then let me go back to where we used them and bookmark it again. Then I can go back, and then forward, and then see it's just a username. Back, put the username here. Okay. Go forward, grab this, go back. Here. Oh, hold on. That's not right. This is where I want to go, right? Yeah. Only I grabbed the wrong comment. I wanted to grab this. And paste there. This is the required prototype for functions which are called to determine whether or not a reCAPTCHA check is needed to process some kind of message. And then it's just the username. Okay, I guess we're documenting what it is. This is the player's. This is the name. I hate typing this stuff from scratch when I know I've typed it before, so I'm going to find it. I put this under player record. I thought. Oh no, it's keyed by that. It's keyed by that. So it's in client record where we store the key. Okay, I just called it a player's username. I was lazy. This is the name which identifies the player. We'll just say that, and then what is it that we return? Let the finger do the work of retyping it, but I hate typing something different every time. It violates my sense of consistency. An indication of whether or not a reCAPTCHA check is needed is returned. Okay, that's one. Next is the proceed, right? Proceed. This is one. Needs all these things. Actually, these are much the same as two above, right? Except for client. Okay, it's similar. So these are the same, except for the middle one, which is username. So I take username and substitute that for client. And then copy the documentation. This is the required prototype for functions which are called to continue the process of handling a client message after a possible reCAPTCHA check is made. WebSocket username and message which can change. Yes. Okay. And then indication of whether or not the check. Okay, no, it doesn't return that. It doesn't return anything. Oh, wait a minute. I think it does actually. The login proceed. Where's that? Yeah, I needed to return something. Because if the client is no longer connected by that point, then we abort. And so that's the same as the pre-check. So this indication is what's returned. Again, for proceed. One of the game commands should be executed for the client request. Yes, okay, exactly. Now, next. There's two more, right? There's reCAPTCHA bad input and reCAPTCHA failure. Okay. Using these bookmarks, I can easily go between these two places in the code. Okay, it just takes a WebSocket, nothing else. So that's easy. I just remove this. And it doesn't return anything. This is a required prototype for doing that. Called to handle bad input for reCAPTCHA check made. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's that, and then one more. This one. reCAPTCHA failure. Takes some additional error codes. And it does this. Error codes. I'm sure I documented that somewhere. Let me find it. That's a CPP. Really? I didn't document that anywhere? Shoot. Oh well. Documenting it now. This holds any error codes. Any well, I guess we'll repeat error codes. That's not so bad. Returned from the reCAPTCHA check. All right. They're all declared now. So we declare it, and then we define it as a series of functions here. Okay, the reCAPTCHA proceed. The caption needed is this little bit of logic here. That is just return that. But we have to get the player server context from the username, which is done a little bit up here, right? Or it's done right here. From the or by the? Did I get it wrong somewhere? Let's look. This from? This template is used to make factories producing delegates which handle a reCAPTCHA failure from a check. I think from is fine there. Or you saw from the. Oh, unfortunately that's in a lot of places. When it described error code. Yeah, I guess you're right. By the. Thank you. Okay, how do we stand here now? Don't need that anymore. Errors galore. Let's just rebuild this. Okay, I must have screwed something up in the header, I think. Oh, wait a minute, no, all of these have an additional thing to them, right? The make commands now have an IP address. Let's repair all of those right now. So I look for make command, and we're looking in the CPP files. That's probably good enough, right? All of these have an additional argument now, IP address. Wonder if I should bundle them up in a structure, so that I would just need to change it in one place. That would be the smart thing to do. But I'm not feeling particularly smart right now. This is not so bad. Go through these and just paste, paste, paste. Build again. All right, now what are we down to? Well, your English sounds pretty good to me. I mean, you caught that pretty... you caught that subtle difference between the and by, or from and by pretty well. That doesn't have a comma there. Next. We don't know the IP address, so that's similar to this, right? Actually, let's put it right here. IP address. If it is the no, that's not true. We don't need to do this. We just know the IP address is the client.ip address. Down here, we have to forward it. Put it in there. And then the code that receives it here gets it back out. Okay, that's good. You'd be surprised that 33 to 50% here aren't native English speakers. I wouldn't be, yeah. I think you're right. But even us native English speakers, aren't necessarily good in English. I think actually people who know more than one language know language better. No language is better in general because they have two or more languages they can draw logical construction of language from, right? If you only know one language, I think you get lazy and you start to break the rules of the language, so to speak, the grammar, and that's just my opinion. Did I get this wrong? Does the proceed not have this prototype? That would be, where did I declare that? Here. Proceed. WebSocket, username, message, returning a bool. Maybe I got the macro wrong. Evil macros. Oh yeah, it's a bool. There we go. Oh yeah, the manufactured languages that were designed to be simple to learn. English can be tough, but can be understood through tough, through thought, though. Oh, through tough, thorough thought, though. Say that 5 times quickly. Okay, so we built it. It's not going to quite work because I didn't hook it in properly here. It's not going to call the correct things. Watch it fail miserably. I want to see it fail. It's going through the normal client message thing, so it's not going to do the reCAPTCHA stuff. It's going to fail all the reCAPTCHA checks. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, probably all of these are reCAPTCHA stuff, right? Oh, some of these are the messages are sensitive. I should just fix those right now. Moderation test broke because they are too sensitive. Because now we're including the IP address, right? Yeah, see there's an IP address included now. Put it here. Okay, what else failed that's nearby here? Report issue. Forwarded. This one. Yeah, again. That needs to go there. And then probably this. Yes. So profile. Change profile forwarded to. Okay. So that has IP address added to the end. Anything else? Delete player. These tests are probably going to go because the forwarding to and from the leader are part of the boilerplate now. So it doesn't really need to be tested over and over and over again. It only needs to be really tested once. So I'll probably pick one of these and delete the rest. See, it's just all testing the boilerplate is what it's doing. Login forwarded to leader. Okay, that may or may not be the boilerplate. Auth player, okay. Login forwarded to leader. Yeah, I think it's just a boilerplate. Change password. Forwarded to leader. Yeah, it's all the boilerplates failing. Because that is included there now. Let's try again. I'm surprised that the CAPTCHA checks still pass, though. If you learn two languages, they may even be similar during childhood. You'll have it easier. Yes, I've definitely heard that one before. How big is this game? The game doesn't exist yet, but what it will be, the Sky, is a medium to small-sized RPG multiplayer online. So that link will carry you over to here with some ideas on what I want to have. I wanted to focus mostly on content with some multiplayer interaction, but at the core, it's going to be a game modeled after the genre that I grew up with, which was the Ultima series. So tile-based graphics and transitions between like the world and in towns or in dungeons, and you're represented by an avatar that's centered in the screen, and you can see what's going around you with other tiles that are around you. I have a mock-up game I can show if you're interested, but it will start out small, but I intend to grow it with the stream. I'm going to try to integrate the game heavily with the Twitch stream and see how it goes. So right now we're just setting up the platform for the game. Yeah, no problem. Let me know if you have any questions. I need to have the platform for the game first because I want to build the game live on stream. And right now, I don't have all the pieces assembled yet to actually run the game. I do a lot of stuff from scratch. I don't use a game engine. I enjoy doing stuff as much as I can by myself, kind of like Handmade Hero. If you watch his stream, he's making a game completely from scratch. I'm kind of doing the same thing. They made Ultima Online. People start playing it and destroy the world because of how it worked. Yeah, well, I'm going to try to avoid the mistakes that they made, right? I was thinking about letting, I think I had that in here, let people craft their own zone, for example, or a total creative mode, but I would limit it to certain zones. So in like the public, so to speak, zones, I probably limit it so you can't destroy the world. But if you want to, you can make a world. The name of the game is Latin for all realms or all worlds, and so I fully intend to have either dimensions or worlds or zones that players can go and do whatever the heck they want, destroy it. I don't know, the worst that'll happen is they'll become unplayable and a mod will have to come in and fix it, but yeah. We'll see. I want to try to keep it open and keep it facilitating creativity, both from me and from the community, so we'll see. All right, let's run these tests again. I did build, right? I don't know if I built. I don't want to build while it's running the test, though. I do expect some failures there, so maybe that's correct. I want to... it needs to fail the CAPTCHA check because right now that's crippled. Okay, this is maybe failing for the wrong reason, though. I think it's failing because it's not doing the CAPTCHA check correctly. It's actually sending 2 messages instead of 1. And the second message, right, has a player login and it has a login. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Oh, right. It's not using the correct function. It's using the old function. That's why. What's it with your typos? Maybe you have the same problem I do. I just have, those days where I just mistype a lot. Dubbing. What's dubbing? Oh, to put a different language track on top of a video or TV show. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is just failing because I haven't used the correct macro now. I'm going to make a new macro for this. So we'll go to evilmacros.hpp and we'll make one for register. So we'll make a new one. It'll be called register client message with reCAPTCHA. And it's going to be register client message with reCAPTCHA. And I have to include those other required functions. So in addition to check and make command, we have 4 new ones. So it's make reCAPTCHA needed. Actually, it just follows the same pattern, doesn't it? And then actually, I just copy paste 3 times here. Proceed instead of reCAPTCHA needed. Bad input instead of needed. And failure instead of needed. And then we're done, right? So I need to define that. That goes here. So this is a more complicated one. So we have 4 more of these. Take the given delegates and use them to register the handling of a client message with the given client message, which involves a possible reCAPTCHA check. How do I word this correctly? The register the handling of the client message. Actually, I think this clause goes first. With the given type and possibly involving a reCAPTCHA check. I think that's probably the best. Okay. So there are 3 more. It's this without make in front. Proceed. reCAPTCHA bad input. And failure. Okay, so let's document these. Proceed, bad input, failure. So this is the delegate to call to. Actually, I'm going to put a bookmark there. Oops. Go back. Bookmark, and then go back to one of these. I'm going to go to the, here we go. And, okay, so there's one. Handle reCAPTCHA failure. Back, and then bad input is here. You can choose between the different versions. It seems that the, okay. Huh. Interesting. Oh, did I miss a period? there. No, I had a period. Am I doing the right thing here? Failure and bad input. Okay. Hey there, Blueberry King of Blueberries. I had a chuckle yesterday when Adam said, "Don't." When you said you were leaving to go eat, Adam said, "Don't cannibalize yourself." That made me chuckle. That struck a funny bone for me. Okay, this is what proceed does. I'm making template factories using C preprocessor macros. It's a fun day of evil code. How are you doing? Monka S indeed. Well, you're the king of blueberries, so we should trust that you know best how to protect your loyal blueberry subjects, right? This is a delicate call to determine whether or not a recapture. Okay, so this is a Monka S bad boy, isn't it? That's a lot of parameters, but that's all for a good cause. The good cause is we bottle up all this boilerplate stuff, and then I can reuse it for many different instances. Okay, so I'm going to take the, first I'm going to take this scoping, paste it here. But I'm going to take the guts of this and start with that and then kind of fit it into this is the boilerplate to handle a message that requires a possible recapture check. So this is the same, or is it? How was my weekend? It was okay. I did work. I didn't do as much playing games. I need to get more serious about my work, which is what I'm doing right now, which is trying to make a game. And so instead of I was, for the last few months, just working 4 hours a day, while I'm streaming, and then goofing off the rest of the time and maybe doing an hour of planning at the end of the day for the next day. Instead of doing that, I was actually doing more work and not goofing off. I need to get more into that mode. Get back to 8-hour work days at least, and then only relax after I've done a full day rather than doing like a half day. My schedule was slipping because I was only doing 4 hours of streaming and then just got goofing off for the rest of the day, which is bad. I didn't really realize I was doing that until I started thinking, what did I do for the last 4 hours after the stream, right? Stream for 4 hours, and then 4 hours after the end of the stream, I'm like, what did I just do for the last 8? I've streamed for 4 hours, and then what did I do for the other 4? And that's bad. I need to actually track my time better. Stop looking at Reddit and cat videos on YouTube and all that. Okay, actually, I'm not sure what I want to do here, so I'm going to model this after the old login function. Was that here? No. It's near here. It's this old one down here. No? Where is it? It's this one. This is the old one. This is the one I want to model it off of. They are? No, there are some good cat videos. I like the one with the cats that get scared of the cucumber. That one's hilarious. Well, no, you should feel good after an 8-hour workday that you've put in the appropriate amount of time. You should never feel guilty about what you put your time into, as long as you actually did work, even if it was slow. Sometimes work is slow because it's just hard, or you're not feeling so good. As long as you put the time in, then that's fine. I'm oversimplifying a problem, aren't I? Anyway. Oh, wait a minute. This is not what I want. I want the check. The old check. Yes, this. Do I have this bookmarked? Okay, I don't. So yeah, it starts out the same, but then when we're constructing these, we need to stop. This one's complicated. I'm trying to strip the boilerplate parts of this out. Right, so it's this part here. So after, okay, bookmark there. I don't really need to care about that. So there's, from that point, how does it translate to here? Not that part, but down here. So after the pre-command check, then we have to ask, is a CAPTCHA needed? So that is, so we need to capture a CAPTCHA needed. We say if reCAPTCHA needed, and it needs the username. Okay, so I need to pull it out of here. So at this point, if reCAPTCHA needed username, then do something, otherwise proceed, right? Hey there, the epic unknown. Yeah, I mean, programming has its ups and downs, right? Sometimes it's motivation, sometimes it's a difficult problem. As long as it averages out to good progress, right? So if a reCAPTCHA is needed, then we have to, okay, bookmark here because I want to pull in this the exact code down here. This is exactly what I want. That's an auth, okay. So auth, so it's get the reCAPTCHA from the message, and we don't need impl, or do I? I know I need, it's auth dot. Initiate reCAPTCHA, and then the on success is proceed, right? So I need to capture proceed. Actually, I guess I need to capture all of these. I need the bad input and the failure. Because we pass them on here. This is proceed. This is reCAPTCHA failure. Failure comes first, and then reCAPTCHA bad input. Did I get this right? Why is it putting a squiggly in front? Auth has no member initiate. So what is it? Is it just that? Yes, it is. Okay. That is okay, that function doesn't exactly match. Oh, right. I need to do the same thing this did. I need to wrap it up. Okay, so let's do the wrapping up. The same way, actually. The do login also needs to be wrapped up. Okay, so we're wrapping up those three. Okay, hold on. Let me just undo these changes. And then paste there, and then I don't need the auth part, right? So I need the on success as well, which is, in the old code it was this. That much of it. Indent. And we're going to use proceed. I guess I don't need username or message. What no, wait, hold on. Proceed needs some of that, right? Proceed WebSocket. Okay, I need to look up which arguments are which there. Username and then the message. Okay. Username message. So I don't need impl. Actually, I guess that makes sense. Why is this not still? Oh, it returns something. What's the error? Is message not a JSON value? Oh, it's No, that should still work. Hold on, let me think about this. I changed the semantics a little bit. Go back to here. If what does do login do? It captures message. What is message? It's an L value, not an R value. Okay. And does it modify it? It might. So I need to make a copy that's modifiable, I think. So original message. So we could say spell it correctly. JSON value message original message. Then we can pass the message there, right? And okay, that's okay. I need to change these around. Capture message, and then this is updated message. Copy the message. And then if we proceed, if proceed is true, then we do more, which is this stuff. And then how did I handle that here? Okay, I made the delegate outside the check, so I'll do the same thing. So I'll form it out here. So it goes out here. Right. And it's called post. Well, I'm already using the word proceed. I want another word that's like proceed, but more specifically, it's call proceed and then how about complete? So it's proceed, and if proceed, then complete. That makes more sense to me. Okay, so I need to do this up here as well. Actually, I guess I can do this once and then not do it here. And that is this. I think. Yeah, okay. This is really hard to read. I'll have to clean this up in a bit. So if we're told to proceed, so now I'm taking all of this stuff and putting it up there. Then to complete it, we do this. If we are the cluster leader, append, so I need a append command in here. And it looks like I need the impl again. So where was that? Here. Get it back out of the capture so we can use it here and here and here, here. It looks like I'm also capturing the client ID. I feel better putting it up here, actually. And the IP address. Where did I grab the IP address? Oh, wait a minute. Did I actually need it there? I do need it. I need to know the IP address at this point. Okay, so let's get it. I guess that can be just autoed, right? And that is client.ip address. Actually, no, this, let me think about this. think this is right. Yeah, okay, this is correct. So capture the IP address. I can use it down here and down there. And then impl goes in front of these three. Oh, and here too. Come on, IntelliSense, don't fail me now. It's failing. You're failing me, IntelliSense. Oh, wait a minute. It's because I didn't capture it again. Oh, right. I didn't capture impl. Impl capture. There we go. This is really convoluted and crap, but that's fine. So I needed to rename that on, oh no, I'm calling that complete, right? Otherwise we just call it right away. The complete didn't take any arguments. Okay, so the core of it here is that if you need to do a reCAPTCHA, whoops. How did I get there? Oh, I must have misclicked there. Let me collapse these irrelevant parts here. If a reCAPTCHA is needed, then we initiate it, and that's an asynchronous thing, where if it succeeds, we go to complete. Otherwise, we could go to failure or bad input. If a reCAPTCHA wasn't needed, we complete right away. And then what does complete mean? It is to ask if we should proceed. I guess we can early return, right? If not proceed, return. If proceed returns true, and it could have modified the message, then, okay, I need to use the updated message here. Because that's allowed to update it. Then if we are the cluster leader, we append the command right away. Otherwise, we forward the message to the leader, and the leader then appends the command. So that probably doesn't make sense to many people, but that's okay. And the rest of this is the same boilerplate. What matters is that this should work. I hope it works. And so I need to go here and update this one. So this becomes the pre-check, and then there's a proceed. Proceed already has that part of it, right? And that part should be inside this, should be the same as what's inside here. This part. So wait a minute. This should be a false. We don't proceed. There we go. I'm doing typos. Let's just make this an early return, which does this down here. That I feel better doing it that way. Early return, and then this is outdented, and then return true. You don't know a lot about modern C++. Is using auto ever considered good style? I don't know if it's considered good style. I tend to use it a lot because it's the compiler assisting me and coupled with IntelliSense. So if I'm not sure what the type is, I can just hover over it and it tells me, oh, it's a lambda function that returns nothing and takes nothing and has, yeah. It actually doesn't tell me what it doesn't know what the capture is. It just knows the parameter list is nothing and then it returns nothing. Same here. If I wanted to know what that was, it figures out, oh, it's a pointer to my implementation. So if I didn't have IntelliSense, I probably wouldn't use auto so much because then there would be no easy way for me to look at that line and figure out what the type is if I needed to know. So I think it depends. Whether it's good or bad style depends on what tools your team is using and what compilers you're using and all that. I think I tend to overuse it. So a lot of teams probably consider what I'm doing bad style. Okay, this do login we don't need anymore because that is boilerplate. This is also boilerplate. All of this is boilerplate. So it's just return true. Right, so the pre-check just sees if we should log in, and if so, we just say, okay, proceed. And then it asks us if we need to do a reCAPTCHA, and then whether or not we do the reCAPTCHA, if we succeed the reCAPTCHA or we didn't need one, it does that. And then if that results, well, once it gets to the leader, it will do the make command, which is that. Okay, let's see if this works. No, the whole point of this exercise is for these actual login things to have no boilerplate at all. Right, these are specific things you do for the different stages of login. And then the boilerplate is all down here. I can't repeat the default, can I? All the boilerplate is in this one, and then I reuse that using a macro. That's the whole point of this. So this should have nothing to do with login. It's in general what you do for anything that requires a possible reCAPTCHA check. So this is saying when we're ready to append a command, you do that. The actual client message handler does the pre-check. It does some bundling of the client ID and username, and then it forms a function to call when the reCAPTCHA is done, which asks, should we proceed? And if so, if we're the leader, append the command. If we're not the leader, forward it to the leader. And if it arrives from the leader, it ends up here in this handler, which it calls the same append command. So one way or the other, we end up appending the command if everything succeeds, which is that. We call the command factory to make the actual command and then append it, if it wasn't null. And the reCAPTCHA stuff is where it's if it's needed, then you form some things to do on bad input. Oh, wait a minute, this is wrong. This is not boilerplate, so I need the boilerplate stuff. Boilerplate stuff was the function to call, right? reCAPTCHA bad input and reCAPTCHA failure. So the bad input gets the bad input. Actually, that's all. I don't need to capture these other things. Isn't it just that? No, signatures don't quite match up. Oh, it needs the WebSocket. Right, so we need the WebSocket. We re-grab the WebSocket, and then we call reCAPTCHA bad input with the WebSocket. Right? And then failure was similar. It has an extra argument. It's given, okay, so I don't need impl, but I need the WebSocket weak pointer. And I need reCAPTCHA failure, and we call that, and then pass through the error codes. Right, so these are things to pass this function. There are three possible callbacks, because it's asynchronous. Either completes, which we do the same as if we didn't need a reCAPTCHA. We do failure or bad input, and failure and bad input just delegate to these delegates, which are the non-boilerplate. Okay, what's my compiler error? Oh, I duplicated that. Yeah, that's definitely one good reason for using auto pretty much anywhere is if you have a complex data structure and then you want to get one of its standard subtypes like iterator. And you might want to couple that, or alternatively to using auto, you can do using. I do using a lot to just give a name to a complex type, and then that name stands for that. So if this has a subclass like an iterator, you do like proceed to : iterator, and you'd be fine. Then you wouldn't need auto. So they're just different tools. The using is like the new form of type def. It just assigns a name to a type, and then just assigning a short name to an otherwise complex type, a lot of the times that's enough and you don't need auto. Var, yeah, var is like auto, pretty much. And so again, it depends on style. You use it for any type that's longer than 5 characters. Some people might find that excessive. Other people might be fine with it. I generally think it's fine as long as you have tools that you can hover over the type and it tells you what it is. It's a shared pointer to a WebSocket. Yep. All right, enough talking. Let's run the tests and see it break horribly, and then hilarity will ensue. You can watch me desperately try to debug it. Okay, it's crashing horribly. Let's ignore. Yeah, when it crashes, a lot of times I get a pop-up, and then if I tell it to ignore it, so I get this pop-up. If I tell it to ignore it, I lose my test results. What about abort? That was somewhat better. Let's look at this test. I think that just let's try this one. The login is just not working. So let's focus on this login. Let me put breakpoints in the code we are just looking at. These. We'll put breakpoints at the various places and see what's going on. So login check. Need a breakpoint there. Recaptcha needed. Login proceed. Bad input. Failure, and then make command. So I'll debug here. So it goes into the check. Oh, well, that's bad. Oh no, they're not logged in yet. Right, correct. Oh, maybe that's the problem. It needs to give it the username. It's probably getting to the next step, and then the username is blank. Yep, username is blank. Okay. So we need to fix that. Keep that. So I'm using the wrong macro. That's what it is. I made an alternate. Well, not the wrong macro. I need to make an alternate macro in my evil macros. There's one with username, so where? Okay, that is what's different. Is collected. Hold on, what did I copy? Right. Collected from the username field of the message itself. So that's with reCAPTCHA and username. And so that's comma. True. All right, and then I need to use that variant down here. Oh, I wasn't even using the new macro to begin with. Okay. That might be why I didn't hit the other breakpoints. So I want to use this one. There we go. And it didn't work. Log out. Oh, log out. I got it wrong. Log out we keep. Where did login go? Oh, there it go. There it went. There we go. Fixed it. I should put these in alphabetical order, right? Log out should go after login. Yeah, okay. Now what's the problem with the compiler now? What'd I do this time? Bad input doesn't match. Okay, I probably got the prototype wrong. This one assumes... Oh yeah, there's no bool. It's void. Yeah, that one was wrong as well. Cool. I think it's gonna work. It's linking. Yay. Run the test one more time. I already forgot where it was. Auth player. Login success. Let's do it. It worked. Holy crap. Order deleter is still broken though. Probably didn't update that one right. Let me find out. I don't see it in my list of files. Did I close it? It worked, exactly. I'm as surprised as you are. Okay, what line number was that at? 921, okay. Oh, IP address is in there twice. So what was the problem? It received client ID 1. Where's the type? Oh, it's login, not player login. Yes. Yeah, that's become standardized. I hate it that it does that. It's recently done that where it strips away my old test results, and then I don't know what test it was that failed. Oh look, everything's succeeding now. I don't trust it though. I'd rather debug that login success. It should hit all the points that I had breakpoints for. I want to see, actually I even want to see it there. I want to see it do the reCAPTCHA needed. I actually want to follow the progress in the boilerplate as well. I want to see it get to here and here. And why not just put it there too? Okay, let's debug login success. So does the check, asks if reCAPTCHA is needed, and then it's going to complete. So is it not testing reCAPTCHA? Right, it asks if we should proceed. Pins it directly. Makes the command, executes the command. Okay, so did it not, does login success not check the reCAPTCHA? Maybe it doesn't. But one thing that would is, where is it? I guess I can search for reCAPTCHA. Find a test that requires it. What are all these? I don't know. Oh, the register requires it. Okay, I haven't updated register yet. Maybe I do that next. Should I just check it in so far? I don't know if the boilerplate's completely right because it's only testing the stuff when reCAPTCHA is not needed. Let's just check it in as it is. Evil macros are now extended. There's more evil in my code. Okay. So this is add more evil macros, update login message handling. Okay. $2.5. I might take a quick break to get something to drink. Evil, yes. Your macros are not sufficiently evil. Okay. Maybe I'll do register next because that definitely requires a CAPTCHA. So I'll pull register out, put it here, and it's definitely one where a reCAPTCHA and a username are required. So that is register. It is in profile. Okay, so that means in profile, on register, we're blowing it all away and we're replacing this with the invocation of the evil macro. Declare, or do I not have it? No, declare client message with reCAPTCHA. Register. All these go away. Well, those do. These ones do. Just two of them? I guess that's right. Okay. So it will need to be implemented just like the login was. So let me strip out those breakpoints. This one. All right. Okay, so beginning with check and ending with the make command. We're pulling all that out and copying it to profile and finding out where is the old code that did on register. There it is. And we're pasting and then profile instead of auth. And then instead of login, it's register. Tempted to do search replace, but login is in the bodies there. Actually, I should just clear these out. Right? I think so. Right, and then, yeah, all these logins there replaced with register. Whoa, that didn't work. Register. Okay, those are the new functions, and then this old function. Oh, that's interesting. Where is the message receiver? Why is it way down there? That's not right. Here's the message receiver. Why is it sprinkled around in the wrong places? Anyway, let's just reposition it. So that's... Oh, I put it above there. Okay. I pasted it in the middle, in the midst of things. That's what happened. So this part is just the make command part. So just pull this part of it down to there, I think. Actually, it looks like there's two of them. Ooh, what am I going to do? It actually appends two commands, not one. That's a wrinkle I didn't expect. I guess we could support returning a vector of events to append. Yeah, let's do that. Because that doesn't require a whole lot of change. So this is the make command here. And so we end up just returning this part of it. Oh, hold on. It's the commands we want. It wants, right? Right. So it's just this and this event. Actually, why is it event? Oh, because that's the name of the command. Okay. So it's just that. And then I can remove this part of it. Right, so I'm going to modify this, all the make commands. And maybe this is where it might be nicer to have a type for this, right? Yeah, I think so. We're gonna have another type. And I use it here, so we'll define it here. Let's give it a name. Commands? Too generic. Command list. Command collection? Command vector? Command vector. Why not? A vector of pointers to commands. This is the type of collection returned by command factories to return all the commands produced. Alright, and then command vector is what replaces this. And then the game commands to execute. So there could be more than one now. So I need to go through all of these and put command. Yeah, so I need to do the trick where I just say auto. If I don't want to repeat that class markup more than, if I don't want to repeat that, I can do it that way. Okay, I need to modify the macro to make it not complain. That's here. And that, I think I can just say that. Oh, wait a minute, no, I can't. Can I? See if I can get away with that. Error type. Okay, where I use that macro would be up here. Oops. Here, right? What's the scope of this? Okay, yeah. So in this macro, then I need to be specific. Coordinator impl that. Refactoring, you thought your code was upgraded, now you're going over and it seems it was worse than you thought? That's what happens to me all the time. I'm not going to ask. Hey there, Volatile Majesty. How's it going? I'm doing refactoring today. Not as bad. Yeah, I'm typing badly too today. I thought I got the type correct there. Did I not get the type correct? Command vector, right? Which is inside of the namespace of coordinator impl. Oh, but maybe... Oh, shoot. This doesn't include... Okay, evil macros needs to include that, I guess. No, it doesn't. It doesn't need to include it. It needs to be... Hold on. That means... I have a chicken and the egg problem, don't I? This header includes this header, which needs a definition from the first header here. Unless I move that somewhere else. Which I might at this point. I think I will. Yeah, let's move it. I'm gonna move it to the public header. We'll put it here? No. It doesn't really go in. It should go in its own header. Let's just put it here for now. It'll be maybe orphaned for a bit. So if I put that there, and then in evil macros, I can remove the type here and just say that. Actually, then I don't need to do the arrow thing, right? I can just say command vector. There we go. Hey, who gave that guy a keyboard? Okay, instead of returning null, actually that means I don't have to have this clumsy way of saying a null pointer. I can just have an empty vector. Although it still doesn't like it for some reason. declared on line 126. Yeah. Oh, hold on. There are two evil macros we use it in. That one and this one. Okay, good. So command vector is the new type of return value for make command. So I just need to put this inside of brackets. Can I do that by selecting that? Oh yeah, look at how that works. That's exactly what I want. And then again here. So now these can return more than one command. Okay, both change. Okay, yeah, that's right. They both make a command. Got it. Okay. That cleans it up a little bit. It's easier to read. And then we can return more than one. All right, these null pointer returns, these early returns though need to change. So that is just return empty vector. And again, okay, so that's a vector return. Return nothing there, and this returns the one thing. And where am I? I lost my place already. Okay. That one is there, return nothing. I wish it would show me like what I had last clicked so I don't have to remember. It's like removing the highlight of it, which is disturbing to me. Okay, I'm at the one next to last right now. It means I need to go to the last one now. Okay, return nothing, return the one. You are the one, Neo. And then this one does not produce any commands. This one possibly produces one. I lost my place. I was on the second one? Okay, third one. This one returns 2. That's the special one that made me change all these things, okay? And then that's return nothing or 1. And this is the last one. It returns just the 1. Okay, let's update the boilerplate now. So on the here, we're going to get a bunch of commands. So let's do this first. So let's see, that be const auto commands, and then for const auto command and commands. Actually, that can just be auto because it's just a shared pointer at that point. And then for each one, we do this. There's no check anymore. And hold on, wait a minute. I can do that outside the loop then. So, because this takes what? A vector of them. So I can make a vector of these. Log entries. And then I can say log that is equal to command. And I can say log entries dot push back standard move of log entry. And then this is just append all of them at once. And then this boilerplate is exactly the same as the other version of it. And yeah, I think I could maybe get a little clever about these two boilerplate functions have similarities so they could actually leverage a common third one. But not today. One step of refactoring at a time. Okay, what did I miss? I missed a bunch of stuff, it looks like. 101. Make command factory needs to be up to date, right? Make command factory. Where is make command factory? Oh, that was in the template. It was in the header. There it is. Right, so that returns now a command vector. Yep. What's the next problem? Oops, I didn't mean to drag that. Next problem. OnRegister does not take 4 arguments. Oh, it returns more now, right? Oh no, it's fewer. Okay, this is... Did I not update this? Oh, yeah, this is the old version of OnRegister. Okay, so... Yeah, I just need to delete it. That needs to go. Alright, I wasn't done updating this. So I got the make command, so I can collapse that. We're done with that. And then the next bit that I want... Let's do the CAPTCHA stuff next. So the CAPTCHA failure and bad input are where? Where's on failure? Here's on failure. So this is essentially what I want, right? For the on failure one. So paste that there. So we have the error codes, we have the WebSocket, we're done. Next, let's do the bad input. Where's bad input? Here it is, right? Yep. We do a hang up. Bad input there. And for the proceed part. Okay, I need proceed. Okay, how about the caption needed? I think that's just always a true. Yeah, so it's just true. Always need a reCAPTCHA for registering an account. And then let's do the check next. The check is the front part here. All the way down to here. That's the check part. And if we get down to the end, it's true. If we get to these early returns, it's false. And proceed is next. Okay, let me collapse these that we're done with. We're done with check. We're done with that one. We just need the proceed. Done with this one. Done with failure. And done with make command. Okay, the proceed part is after the reCAPTCHA check. I think it's always a true, right? Yeah, it's just always true. So proceed, yes, please. Where's proceed? I'm lost. Okay, here we go. Proceed is just return true always. All right, and then I can delete the rest of this, right? There goes. Bye-bye. And then these are all old. I can delete them. Nice. Build it. Uh-oh. Something wrong still. Where is the wrong part? On register is not a okay, where... Did I have it in the old table still? I did. It's not there anymore. I thought I removed it. Did I remove the wrong thing? Let me look at the git lens. What did I change in git lens? This is the right file? Oh, no, this is the wrong file. I want the git lens for this file, please. Thank you. Oh, I removed it from there, but not there. There we go. That's better. Yay. Build. Let's run it. So register is where? That's in profile, create new player account. Just run them all. I'd be amazed if I get all green lights on the first try. I'll be very suspicious and I'll want to set breakpoints and look at it in the debugger. Voila, exactly. Yes, isn't it great when you can remove stuff and then make the stuff work? Or make the remainder work? It's always a nice feeling. Hey, look at that, I got all green lights. I don't trust it, so let me set some breakpoints. Things never work the first time correctly, right? So, where am I going to put breakpoints? All of these things, right? So let's expand everything. So there's where the command is made, or the commands. There's the failure. There's the bad input. Proceed. CAPTCHA needed. Register check. I also want to put one in the actual initiate CAPTCHA. This one. Let's put a breakpoint there. Now let's run. Create new account. It does the check. CAPTCHA needed, yes. It does the initiation. Proceed. Make command. And then it broke. Why did it break? I don't know. Interesting. Kind of see what the output was? Failed. Why? Oh, interesting. The IDs aren't correct. Hold on. Why did it run? Why did this run successfully once? Is it just a timing issue? It might be a timing issue. When you have... No, wait a minute. No, there shouldn't be any timing issue. A viola is a larger violin? Yeah. You didn't know that? I didn't... Actually, I read it as voila, not viola. So I misread it. Yeah, I thought it said voila. As in voila, it works. Actually, so why is it failing in the debugger? Okay, yeah, I can look at the call stack to see this, right? Can collapse that. Let's get some more room here. What's going on? The client ID is 0. Why does this fail in the debugger and not when I run the code, though? Let's look at the command. Command is of type what? What is the command? Create player. Okay, create player Bob server 13531 client ID 0. Okay, that isn't right. Shouldn't be 0. That's odd. It shouldn't be 0. Is that the only place it fails? Okay, the IP address is wrong. Auth, right? Yeah, the IP address is blank. Weird. Why would it break in the debugger but not when I run it normally? You did mean voila. Voila. Question is, does it break on the command line? Let's see. So this would be realm server test gtest filter equals create new player something. Huh. It's probably a timing issue. See, this does a simulation of a CAPTCHA. It does a completion. And you know what? It's probably just not waiting long enough. So how would I have it wait long enough? I think to ensure the coordinator runs one loop, I have to just do this backdoor for testing. Let's see if that's what makes it fail. In the debugger. So where was that? Profile, create new player account. Debug. Go. No, it still broke. There. Okay. If I look at the make command, I'll see it there, right? Hey, it's 0. How did it get to be 0? It got to be 0 because it's probably in the... It's 0 from this point. Oh, wait, did it capture too early? Is that the problem? That might be it. Oh, no, it's passed in. Sorry. It's passed in there. Updated message, client ID. Okay, so that's given. That's set here. Hold on, my cat's wanting to be let in. I'll just mute the camera. Just a minute. I'll show you Kitty. Since he's interrupting me, his penalty will be he'll be on camera. Hold on. It's Kitty time. Here we go. Say hi. Say hi to Kitty. Say hi. Cute cat. Cool cat. Cat that wants to be let outside and then let back in. He gonna sulk now? He doesn't like me like picking him up and messing with him. He just wants to be let out, let back in, fed, brushed, and then left alone to go sleep somewhere. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Actually, this is the place I wanted to. Yeah, let's rerun this and go to that point. So check, and then here, what's up with the client ID? It's not an admin. So why is client ID 0? That's a good question. It shouldn't have been 0. What's client look like? It's bogus. Why is it bogus? It shouldn't be. I think that there's a race here going on. Just like teenagers, yeah. I think he's going to go sulk somewhere. All right. Why is it 0 and no IP address? I understand why there's no username yet, because we're creating an account. There should have been, these should have been set. I wonder if, is it the WebSockets wrong? Okay, yeah, this is gonna, yeah, not be correct. Hold on, let me look. That connects. What does that actually do? That makes a connection and sets that IP address. So what the heck? Is it a race? Hold on, I really want to find out why this is happening. When it connects, it goes into here, right? And it's like on new WebSocket from public interface. Oh, no, that's the test. What am I doing? I need to go to the actual code. Messaging. On new incoming connection. It's supposed to assign it here at this point. Let me just put a breakpoint there, and we'll rerun our test. Right, so here it does get in here first. The IP address is set correctly, right? Mock client, right? Right, it assigns 1 to it. Makes a WebSocket context even. And the next time it reaches here, what's the client look like? Yeah, well, how did it get 0? Very mysterious. It's passed in from here. It's 0 here somehow. Is that it? Is there 2 client entries? No, there's only 1. What the heck? How did it get set back to 0? It's insanity. We add the connection, then we send in the message. How did it get reset between those two? I don't know. Kitty time, yeah. Oh, you're getting a 0 where there should be a non-zero? Yeah, the weird thing is it's only in debug mode. If I run the test, it runs fine. It's when I run it in debugger it fails. Some kind of timing race condition is what I'm thinking. See, now Cat's yelling at me for something. What do you want, Cat? Yeah? I think he's just announcing that he just ate. You know, cats... The best way for me to think of a cat is like an emperor or a king. They announce what happens to them, what they want, and they just expect things. They don't get what they want, they complain. But now I'm getting proclamations from Kitty about, I guess, the fact that he just ate. All right. I'm not sure what to do here, because I don't like it that it breaks here. A new incoming connection, so it should reach there first. What is clients now? Clients. There's no clients in there. What's the WebSocket? 88D310. Then when we get to here, what's the WebSocket? 88D310, yeah. And this impl... Actually, I don't need impl. It's, oh no, it is impl messaging, right? Messaging. Clients. Yeah, it didn't get stored. What's the first? That pointer's correct. The heck? Ooh, what happened there? The IP address got blanked out. Is that the problem? Is it a debugger problem? I think my debugger might just be screwed up. Oh, wait a minute. I can't look at client. I moved it, so I can't look at client anymore, but I can look at clients. This clients. Okay, that's correct there. At what point does it get messed up, though? Okay, the very next entry point should be when it receives a new message. So let me trap it there. Right here. So, go. And then I look at immediately this client's. Like, okay, it's still correct there. And the data is, I think, the register command. Is this the problem? So this, wait a minute, client, how do clients get zeroed out? What devilry is this? It got zeroed out. It got cleared somehow. Why would it be cleared? There's only one place where I do clients erase. Let's see if it's hitting that line. Clients.erase. Right here in hang up client. I wonder if that's getting called while we're debugging. Go. 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 Oh, look, it did get called. Who called it? Here we got it. We got a smoking gun. Authentication timeout. What's now? 16? Oh, that's right. It's the worker thread. So it is a race. It's because the clock was advanced at the wrong point. So I advanced the clock to 16 in that test for some reason. Why did I do that? Here I did it. So I advanced the clock after making the connection, so it should time out. Why did I put a 16 there? Did I just want to see the 16 show up somewhere else? Let me see. I think that's what it was. So I need to do that before they connect. That's a subtle race there. What's happening? Okay, I'll explain what's happening. We make a connection into the server. The time is simulated, so the time will start at 0. Then the clock is advanced 16 seconds. So when the next time the coordinator's worker thread runs, it checks to see, did that player authenticate themselves yet within the time allotted, which is 1 second? The answer is no. It took 16 seconds, still haven't authenticated. So they get disconnected. And then when we try to send a message, it's like, well, you shouldn't be connected anymore. Actually, you know what? When it hangs up, it shouldn't even get back in. Well, we're simulating that it gets back in, right? It will be hung up. Actually, maybe I do need to do a check here. This might, let me put that back in. This might be catching something that is important for, like if a message gets sent after you, like while you're being disconnected. Did I get remote? Oh, I just ran the wrong thing. Okay. Profile, this one, run. New incoming connection, assign the connection, then we hang up on it and remove it, but it gets back in here anyway because it's still being disconnected. Then what happens? Maybe what I should do at this point is do an ID check. Actually, you know what? I should do that I should just do that in the boilerplate, right? So if we are here, there's the boilerplate. I could check the client at this point. 0 is not allowed. Yeah, I think that's important. I think what we're going to do is if client ID is 0, then we return right away. We ignore them. I really should make a unit test for this though. It's difficult though because you have to get a hang up and then have the other end not yet disconnect. And it's a very short amount of time this will happen. It's like between 2 threads. Has this hang up where is it? My breakpoints. Where's hang up done? Is it done here? One of these? This one. When it erases the client should be the only thing holding on to the WebSocket, and so that'll trigger a process where the WebSocket gets destroyed, which closes the connection. But while this is happening, a message could come in. Yeah, so what's a cleaner way of doing this? Okay, well, yeah, it'll come back in like we were saying. It gets re-added with a 0 ID, which is bad. Actually, so then I don't. Yeah, there's a better thing I should do. Instead of checking here, really the bug is where it got set back to where it got re-added. Yeah, but it's gonna be difficult to test. I think I'm just gonna fix it and not bother writing a test for it because I actually don't know how to write a test for this. I have to think about it. Maybe I'll just leave a note. If I could figure out a way to write a test, I will. So try to figure out how to reproduce in a unit test the condition where a message comes in from a client right when the client is hung up. So it's a good thing I can reproduce this in the debugger. So new incoming connection, we assign it. Then we hang up, and then a message comes in, but at this point we've already hung up. So what happens is it gets down to where we look up the client here, and see the client is empty. So right here what I should do is check to see if the, I shouldn't actually just look it up and assume it's there. That's what I should do. Instead I should do this, client's entry equals client's find WebSocket. If client's entry is client's end, return. Otherwise, we can get the client by just saying client's entry.sec arrow second, right? Because that find returns an iterator, and the iterator lets me get to the record, so that should be safe. Hi, do you have a degree? And if so, have you found it helpful for your current working situation? I have a degree, but I did not find it helpful at all. Because it might be different now, but when I got my degree, it was like before the year 2000, and I got it in computer engineering, and I already knew enough about programming. The degree didn't really help. Okay, take that back. The degree helped establish credibility to get a job. So I don't know if it's still true in general, but back in around the year 2000, companies were more likely to hire you if you had a college degree. I think that's the only thing that helped me. Other than indirectly, like studying computer engineering in school helped me learn other things unrelated to programming that I did find helpful, like engineering skills, electrical engineering stuff I learned, which was really helpful. Just to understand how tech works, and just going to college in general was helpful. But yeah, directly, the only thing that the degree really helped me for was to establish credibility to get a job. And I don't know if that's still true. I've heard that companies nowadays don't need you to have a degree as long as you can prove that you know what you're doing. Thanks for the follow, Amazon 666. A lot of companies require you to have at least a bachelor's. Yeah, so that's what I got. I stopped at bachelor's degree because, quite frankly, when I got out of college and got a job immediately with that bachelor's degree, I learned so much on the job, and I, got on that promotion track so early in that company that no one needed me to get a master's degree or PhD or anything higher. I didn't need it. The company didn't need it. So it was we were both happy. So I just continued the job, and I never continued studies formally. You're always learning informally if you're not formally, right? We're always learning new stuff every day. Okay, so I should just make sure that didn't break anything. I'm glad I caught that because that's a tricky corner case. The client could come in with a 0 ID, which is bad. Very bad, actually. Most jobs in the UK say a degree in computer science or relevant experience. Junior roles often don't ask for a degree. Right. So for a junior role, you can come in without a degree and then work your way up the ladder that way. That's kind of how I went. because they didn't need me to get anything higher than a bachelor's. I just did a good job, stayed at the company, got promoted. Oh, I ran that again. Okay, so I'm gonna check that in. Oh, I should make sure in the debugger it gets there, right? It should get to there. That's what I expect. If I can reproduce that case. Rama21, thanks for the follow. Did I say thanks already? In which case you got a double thanks. Let me try this in the debugger. I want to see that captured there. So new incoming message. We record the client. Then we hang up because they didn't authenticate quick enough. Then a message comes in, and we give up on them. And then it fails. Yeah, so the test is broken. But it should fail at a more correct place. Right, no request was made. That's right. Okay, good. So let me fix the test. The test needs to be repaired because we want the connection to be followed by the registration without any time elapse between them. Otherwise, there is an authentication timeout. So now when I run the debugger, it should not fail. So new connection, record the connection, new incoming message, register check. We're handling the client message. Okay, that's extraneous. I think that was just for me to check that the ID was 1, right? CAPTCHA needed is true. We do the reCAPTCHA, proceed, make the commands, success. Okay, good. Run everything while I check it in. Okay, I'm in the wrong field too. I want to be in this, not field, wrong console. I want to use that console for all my Git stuff. Okay. So what I did is I expanded the command factory so they can return multiple commands. And this pattern I actually prefer. I don't like returning null pointer. Empty vector is nicer though. It basically says there are no commands. So I updated all the machinery for that. And then we updated the register command and then fixed that tricky bug. Let me do the bug fix separately. So let me check this in first. And I'll say, fix tricky race condition in a unit test. So logging, connecting, and then advancing the clock results in a race condition or for the test because it's possible that either the connection could time out first or that the registration could happen first, resulting in different outcomes. Okay, so for this test, we don't want a timeout. So advance the clock first before connecting. All right, so that's one bug in the test. The other bug was more subtle, and I don't know how to write a test for this yet, but it is where in messaging, this thing. So rather than assuming we have a client for that WebSocket, and if we're wrong, we end up making a client with a null ID, which is bad. And now we're going to search, and if we can't find it, we just ignore the message. And then if we do find it, we get the client record from the iterator. So this I don't have a unit test for because I don't know how to write this yet. Fix tricky race condition in accepting messages. If a message comes in at nearly the same point in time as the connection is being dropped, it's possible for the client record to be re-added with a 0 ID. Prevent this by checking the client records and returning early. Upon receipt of a message and returning. Actually, I need to do this in 2 places now that I think about it. Returning early if there is no record, no matching record. Before I check that in, oops. Before I check that in, There are two places I need to do that, actually. Hey there, Human. How's it going? I found and fixed a really tricky race condition here in on WebSocket text, where we're looking at the client records. So there's another place we do this. On WebSocket binary also needs this. It has the same assumption here. Yep. So it needs to have the same fix, and I don't know how to test that right now. Actually, I didn't copy enough of it, did I? On WebSocket text. These 5 lines on WebSocket binary. The only things we handle on binary message receipt are updating new versions, and unless a binary handler is set by the admin, you'll always get that anyway. It just gets ignored. But we still need to guard against just blindly assuming that. Okay. What about the other one, other callback? On WebSocket closed, what do we do? Ah, yeah, same problem. So that was in 3 places at least. Do we want to return in this case? I think so, because this becomes redundant, because this is if it already happened once, and then they try to tell us that they're closing again. I don't know how to write a test for that. Just check it in without a test for now, because I have no idea how I'm going to test for that. Should I put a note here? Note. No test case provided because it's unknown exactly how to write such a test. So that goes on, that should go on to, I need to like escalate that. I need to put that in my Trello as an escalated bug. So label. This would be networking bug. Well, not as a bug. It's a missing test case. There, I've escalated it. Sounds good to me. All right, that was one thing. I don't think I needed that, right? Or did I? Hold on, what was that for? Line 77 of profile tests? What happens if I don't have that? Did that test fail? Is that what happened? Oh, because it's asynchronous, right? Yeah, so let me see that again. Profile. That will fail because it's asynchronous, right? No, it still succeeds. Is it a race? It's probably a race. Create new account. It'll fail sometimes. Or maybe I'm misthinking this. I think it's still a race because this just tells it to wake up and continue going, and then it immediately asserts that it happened. And the work is done where? Where's the work done? Actually, hold on. The completion delegate of the transaction. I think it is done in the worker, right? Let me look. Let me try to understand this. So I forget where this is done. This can't get that window to go away. Okay, there we go. This initiate reCAPTCHA validation. Where does it go? Oh, it comes into an arbitrary thread context and calls success, which in this case of it's login proceed, right? That's in, where was that? No, it was a register proceed. which is, right, so it'll make a command. All right, so that's in the boilerplate, right? This unsuccess. This one. The complete. Oh, hold on. This is not even getting the mutex. Ooh, that's bad. Did I forget to do that in the old code? Let me look. That would have been here. Look at the lens. Initiate. Okay, so that's on success. Oh yeah. I never actually got the mutex in the first place. That's bad. Oh, crap. So, well, good thing we have it in the boilerplate now. I can fix it in one place. So these delegates we give to this are get called back from the context of the web client's transaction thread, which is arbitrary. We don't know what thread that is. So when we go in here, we need to grab the lock of the coordinator again. I need to do this. I need to capture impl weak, or capture, on all of these. And they all need, after doing that initial check, they need to grab a mutex. So standard lock guard decal type. Well, recover the impl first. This one. Impl mutex. That needs to be done. To synchronize. Otherwise, we have multiple threads accessing the coordinator unsynchronized, which would be bad. And okay, the same thing here on the success. We need to do that. And I don't need to do that in the other boilerplate, right? Because that's all synchronous. I think this is all synchronous, right? Yeah, ultimately it's all synchronous. Okay. I feel bad. I almost let that slide. So that's needed, which illustrated to me that it is asynchronous, which means I needed to have synchronizers there. Okay. Cool. All right. I think I know what I want to say now. So, update register handler and allow multiple commands. So, command factories for client request handlers can now return multiple commands, including 0. All right. Whoops. Whoops, whoops. I lost the sizing of my window. Okay. I'm going to go continue. Okay, there's only one more that's in this original set. That's good. So let's remove that. Actually, this one's old and can be removed, right? Player login. I don't think anything calls that anymore. Let me verify. This test sends it, but that's the wrong thing to send. That should just be login. And again here, actually that's the implementation. I don't think anything ever calls that. Let me verify by removing it and then deleting it. So player login, I don't think I need it anymore. That's different. Okay, I don't need on-player login either then. This is all dead code, I believe. This is what? Yeah, this is dead code. It's dead to me. How come? Oh, because I had an inclusion. Okay, yeah. I'm like, what? Why doesn't it show up in the header? Yeah, so this is all redundant now and dead. Dead code. Dead code. Clean the dead code. This is so, yeah, this is all dead. And that's just coincidence. Okay, so build. Watch, I'll break something just by removing what I think is dead code. Still have some water here. Okay, yeah, that was dead code. Let's check that in. So, nope. And remove dead code. Let me check something. So on register, or no, it's not, it's one of these. To the author profile on register, or is it on new player, on create? So it's in profile, on create player executed. How does it process a login? Okay, I already had an unsuccessful login, right? So that's not dead, because that can happen from a couple places, right? You log in when you create your player. You also log in if login is executed, or if you log in with a reset password. Yes. Okay. So that's not the dead code. The other code was dead. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I already checked that in. And that warning I get if I don't garbage collect. All right. Next. This one again, right? So we're going to remove that. Request password reset is down here. And that's a normal message in the auth subcomponent. Talking about dead code elimination, once you had a small bug with undefined behavior, when you fixed it, suddenly got lots of unresolved references. Due to the undefined behavior, the compiler determined the program couldn't be reached. Oh, yeah, see, the compiler is nice when it helps you find dead code, isn't it? Wait a minute, hold on. Why would you get unresolved references? That would mean that you thought it was dead code and it wasn't. Because due to the undefined behavior, the compiler determined... Oh, I think I know what you're saying. So because of the undefined behavior, the compiler says, oh, that code can't be called. And it overreached. Right. So you assumed that it... hold on, let me think about this. The undefined behavior confused the compiler into thinking it didn't need the code, and so it dropped all the code. And then when the linker got to it, the linker's like, where's the code? Compiler, what did you do to me? Yeah. I think I know what you mean. Like, if you make a global function and you just don't call it, but through the linker you assume it exists in the other module, yeah. I've run into that before. It's kind of a tricky one, right? You have to kind of... There are ways you can tell the linker the compiler to force it to be included. There's like a formal way with a flag or input or something. And then there's an informal way where you hack something to force the compiler to say, oh, well, I need that function then. Okay, request password reset. It's in auth, which is down here, auth. Here's the old stuff. So it goes here. Request password reset. There we go. And those are the old functions that went with it, right? Okay. That they're gone, and now auth CPP near auth response. So there's a check and there's a make command. For password request password reset. Okay. Let's clear out the old code. And the check part. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it does require reCAPTCHA, so it's slightly different. It's with reCAPTCHA, no username, correct? That's funny, I can't scroll it, because the moment I move my mouse, it disappears. Oh, I'm being raided. Lucy Lynn? Is that how you say your name? Thanks for the raid. How's it going? How was your stream? How was your stream? Welcome new people. I'm working on refactoring some code today. What I'm ultimately working towards is this game. It's going to be a multiplayer online RPG. And so there's more things you can read about here. But basically, I don't have the back end set up yet. I'm still working towards it. I have a checklist of things towards getting it done. And some last minute integration, some legal stuff, some mechanisms to add. But before I get to the end of this checklist, I was having real trouble maintaining the one of the components in my server. And you can feel free to ask if you have any questions, but essentially in my the server for my game, there's a component called the coordinator that is like the messenger. It handles messages with the outside world and directs them to the correct components within the server. And this is the overall architecture. The servers are in a cluster, and you play the game from a web browser, so that's considered the client. The client connects to the server cluster through WebSockets, and they talk to each other through WebSockets. So a lot of the messaging between client and server and between servers is done by this coordinator component. And I had tables for like what function to call to handle every kind of message. And it was getting really messy, and there was a lot of common code between these handlers. So I took all the common boilerplate from message handling and took it out and put it in this ugly looking. There's two of them. There's a register a client message with a reCAPTCHA and one without. So that there's it's more complicated if you have to ask for a CAPTCHA check. But otherwise, it's a little bit simpler. But anyway, this now is where I put all the boilerplate code. I haven't cleaned it up yet. And I stripped out the boilerplate code from all of the individual handlers, which now are only, I'm working on this one, but an example of one that's already been worked on would be this one. So if you try to authenticate and you send back a response, this is just a logic for that specific kind of request, and all the boilerplate is gone from here. So it fits in one page now, which is nice. And then there is no command to the game for that kind of message, so that this is empty. So that's what I'm working on today. Organized? Maybe. I try to make an attempt to document. It's not so good. I need to have more diagrams because people look at this and are still confused, I think. It's kind of a complicated design. But one thing I like to do, planning-wise, is have a plan for every stream that you can go to. So that today command brings you here. You can see what I plan to do, and you can go back and what did I do yesterday? What did I do on Friday? Looked like I was working on the band system. Before that, I was doing email tools. So I like to do that just to keep organized. What did I use to make those diagrams? I used draw.io, which is pretty cool. It's I can demonstrate to you how I do this. So go to draw.io and you say open existing diagram, and here I can pick the XML version. And here's my diagram, and I can go and drag stuff around if I want. it's reasonably good with UML, and when you save it, it saves as a XML. So you basically download an XML, and then it also has an export to ping, which I do, so that I can see the diagram in OneNote when I paste it there, and also it's in my code under the doc folder. So I can click there and see the same thing. Yeah, very handy tool. And you know, you don't have to pay that much attention to UML. This is very loose the way I do it. I have some elements here. This is aggregation. So this WebGate holds on to 2 HTTP servers. I don't know why I have WebSockets there. That shouldn't say WebSockets. Anyway, and I have just what do you call those? Abstract associations. So a coordinator knows about the WebGate, but not the reverse. But that's pretty much all the UML I have. The rest of it's just informal. I just have a box for every major class in the server program, and then the text I put for the association reminds me like what's going on. Like the executor changes the configuration, the coordinator sets callbacks from the executor. The executor changes the ECS system, and the ECS feeds back to the coordinator. So it just helps me keep track of, you know, how these things are related to each other. But that's where I draw the line on UML. There's a lot more you can do in UML, and I don't bother. Yeah, draw.io. And yeah, before I used draw.io, I tried to do it with Dot and GraphViz, and it just never came out really well for me. So yeah, if you guys haven't seen my stream before, I can show you a little mock-up that I am playing around with. Let me boot up the mock-up because it takes a few minutes. So that would be Iron Glove. And this is all in my GitHub, by the way, the mock-up, if you wanted to see the code for this. So npm, I have to do npm start, and that takes a minute. So while that's booting up, let me get the backend up and running. That's build Iron Glove backend. The backend starts up right away because that's in C++. The front end is in React with Pixie.js, and that npm start ends up taking a little bit of time. So I'll keep chatting until that pops up, and then I'll show you. What you'll see is it'll pop up in a browser. Actually, let me get it ready here. It's the front end of a mock-up of the game. It sort of demonstrates the initial art level, just to I don't want to make the promise to people that it's going to be like amazing art. It's going to be programmer art at first, so not that fancy, but I'm aiming to have focus on content first before I either have to find an artist or I have to get better at drawing. But just give you a rough idea of what it'll look like, and then how the game works between the server and the client. I like to focus a lot on the back end of things, so the server code, and like how the server and the client will communicate, all the details in that. So that's what I'm going to tend to focus on. Don't forget to mention a million times that I'm not a great artist. Yeah, I should not be so self-deprecating. Hey there, Amperi. Verified independently for performance. That's a good one. I just don't want to give people the idea that, hey, you're about to see some amazing game, and then you look at it and you'll be like, this sucks. Okay, so this mock-up is not of the real game I'm going to make, but something smaller and simpler that I was able to do in a few days. So it's modeled after the game Gauntlet, which is made by Atari from the 1980s, and you're controlling a little guy that runs through a dungeon and fighting off these ghosts and picking up treasure along the way. And let me just stop the game to show a few things. So the art will be 2D pixel art tiles, and this is drawn using Pixie.js, which is a JavaScript library, and the communication with the real server backend is through a WebSocket, and all of these messages here are messages from the server to the client, and they're all telling the client what to draw, like what sprites moved. Can I give that a little bit more real estate? Yeah. This is saying a monster moved to X8Y5. And then messages going the other direction are user input. So when I hold down a move key, I release a move key, that's going back to the server to say I've either stopped or started moving. So when this is actually running, you'll see the messages are flowing at the update interval, which is 10 frames per second, because this is testing. And the client is basically just drawing what the server told it to draw through those messages. That's essentially it. And the other thing I like to show with this demo is how the actual game logic works. So in the backend, it's all in the backend. It's my interpretation of an entity component system. So this is not definitive, it's just the way I do it. The data is stored as components, and there's many different kinds of components. So anything that can collide in the game has a collision mask. The monster generator has a spawn chance. Health has hit points. The hero has his score and number of potions he's holding on to. A pickup remembers what type it is. A position is an X and Y, stuff like that, right? It's just data, no code. All the code is in the systems, which for me are in Lua here. So in general, the logic is broken up into separate functions. Each one's called a system, and then the update, the main loop of the backend, every game tick, it'll iterate through all the systems and just call them, passing it access to all the components in the game. So an example system would be the hunger system. This says that if it's not the 10th tick, so basically 9 out of 10 ticks, it just returns without doing anything. But on every 10th tick, it loops through all the heroes in the game, finds if they have a position and health, and if so, if they're still alive, subtracts 1 from the health. If it reaches 0, put it on a list to kill that hero. So, again, my interpretation of ECS, one of the points for making this mockup was to test my understanding, and it worked out pretty well. So my real game will have, either in Lua or in C++, all the game logic organized as just a list of functions to call every game tick, and they operate on the data organized as components. Oh, I forgot to mention that it sort of was assumed here, I guess, but once you get one component, you can find out what other components that entity has by looking up component of a different type on the same entity ID. So every component holds on to an ID, which is how they're glued together. So a hero has an entity ID, and from that entity ID, you can look up the hero's health or position. That's essentially how it works. It's extremely close, unlike entity systems that are used often. Yeah, I like the clean separation of all the code in one place and all the data in another place. Also, what I've read is that if you have code, I already lost my place. If you have code that's doing a lot of looping over entities of a certain type, for example, here is heroes, and then you take, if hero is just a plain structure, you can make heroes, all the heroes, linearly laid out in memory, and then that's very cache friendly. So if, I keep forgetting to pin that, so pin that file, and pin that file. When you have loops over all heroes, if all the heroes are just an array of these structures, it's very cache friendly. The one hitch is that when you, inside the loop, you're looking up other kinds of components, then you're doing more random access to memory, and then it becomes a harder problem. If you knew that you were looping over the heroes, and every time you did, you always wanted health and position, you might co-locate the hero's health and position with the hero component, and then you're back to cache friendly again. But it gets pretty complicated, because other systems are going to want to loop over different kinds of components. Some of them will want the heroes, but not need the health, or they'll want something, a third thing. So I haven't yet figured out the best way to do that, but hey. This was fun to make. It was a really quick mock-up, and it kind of lets me show you what to expect, but in a larger scale, hopefully, when I make a real game. So it's like, it'll be like this, only multiplayer, and a lot more stuff to do, hopefully. So yeah, let me know if you have any more questions. No one's asked yet why the heck I'm using Lua. Okay, someone asked, am I using Linux? Yeah, on the server end I will be. But I like to keep my code cross-platform, so all of the components that you see here, I do want to save those changes. All the components you see here are cross-platform with the exception of system abstractions. That's where I put all of the things that are different between OSs. So like how the clipboard works, how you make network connections, how you launch subprocesses, how the time functions work, like the performance counter. That's how you do it in Windows. And on Linux, that's how you do it. So just subtle differences in things are all stashed away in system abstractions. So my server that you saw here running here, it could run on Linux or the Mac. And on the real game, I'll probably be using Amazon Web Services and running Linux ECS instances for that. And yes, I am using WebSockets quite heavily. So all of this communication is showing you that every frame, which is every message sent between one end of the WebSocket and the other. And on top of the WebSockets, I like to use JSON strings because in Chrome's developer tools, it breaks down the content of a JSON string really elegantly, especially for a large message like this one, 15 kilobyte message. Then I can break it down and I can find sprite 109 without having to parse it through something else. So it's really convenient. Probably it's going to be too slow in the end, and I'll have to have a binary equivalent of this, but this is nice for debugging. Yeah, probably protocol buffers, yeah. That's on my list of things. And the editor, yeah, it's all VS Code. I have some commands for that. So I use VS Code, and that's because I like to move between Windows, Linux, and Mac a lot, and then I have a list of extensions that I like to use listed there. And yes, I did some comparisons between Lua C++ and LuaJIT a while back. I learned some surprising things, and it's probably not the fault of LuaJIT, but LuaJIT, for me, is nowhere faster than normal JIT, or Lua. So here's the same game systems running on the normal Lua and on C++, and then LuaJIT. So these are in seconds, so essentially for Lua, one game tick took around 5 milliseconds. Well, when running in C++, it was about 500 microseconds, so a tenth of the time. So C++ is 10 times as fast. Then I'm like, let's try it on LuaJIT, and I actually tried it on 2 different versions to make sure. It was just about as fast as Lua, maybe a little bit faster. And the theory I have is that there's a lot of interaction in my systems between... Hold on. Let me go back to the systems. There's a lot of lookups like this, and since the data actually lives in C++, in the C structures, so like health is here, for example, and position is here, every time we do this, it's a call to C, and that is probably crippling any kind of performance gain we get by using LuaJIT. So like basically the Lua C interface, if you have to cross that line a lot, especially inside of a loop like that, it can just ruin the performance anyway, so it's no faster than Lua. That's the theory. So to make LuaJIT faster, I'd probably have to either cache or move all the component data as well into Lua. So yeah, I haven't really figured out what I want to do. I like to have Lua there for quick prototyping, but I also have this equivalent in C++, so it's sort of fluid. Did I miss anything else? That's about it, right? You guys had enough of the demo? So let me go back to what I was working on. Yeah, today I'm just refactoring. So most of it is going through and removing the old way I had message handling done and using this new way, which is a combination of these macros and this common boilerplate function that takes other functions. So this, come on, pin that and then pin that. This macro, these 2 macros use these 2 functions which take other functions and do the boilerplate, and all the stuff that's non-boilerplate is passed in as, functions to call at different stages. And it's a lot of functional programming. It's functions that are given functions and call other functions or stash them. In this case, we make a function and we stash it in a map to be used later. That's a map from message type to message handler. So we're constructing it and stashing it there, and then later we call it somewhere else whenever the message actually comes in. So yeah, I was working on updating this request password reset. That one requires a CAPTCHA, and that's in auth, so that should be here. This is where I was working, right? Yeah, okay. Right, so this is the old way, and I was moving code into the, basically breaking it up into pieces. So that I did the check part. So that's this. So this has been moved. Hold on, wait a minute. I missed that part of it, I think. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do the check part. The check part, I didn't do it at all. Okay, scratch that. Right, I figured out, right when I got rated, I figured out it needed a reCAPTCHA, so I need more methods. I need the same thing I needed for set password. Set. Was it set password? No, it's login. Login has, so if you need a CAPTCHA check, there is a proceed. There's a reCAPTCHA needed, proceed, bad input, and failure. We need to add those. So that needs to be added up here. Between the make command and the check. So paste that there, and I'm going to remove all the code for now. Because we have different code. That's the whole point of this. Every command is different code, right? This is also, and then we're going to rename it to request password reset instead of login. There we go. Leland's leaving? What do you mean he's leaving? What happened? I like his stream. What happened to him? Blue? I'll have to check later. That's sad if he's leaving. You saying he's leaving Twitch? I'll have to check the Discord later. That makes me sad. Okay, so this is the old way we handle the message. There's like this piece which does the initial check to see if the command should be accepted, and then we're constructing the callbacks after the CAPTCHA, and then we actually initiate the CAPTCHA. So this is now boilerplate, so it can be deleted. The unsuccess is now two parts. There's a proceed, and then there's the making the command, and looks like I just delegated to another function to do that. So this all goes away, right? I think so. Yeah, so this all goes away. Right, okay, this is the make command. This, and only this much of it. So I take that much of it and paste it here. And return set password reset token. Alright, and then this is boilerplate, it can go away. That's boilerplate, it can go away. I love deleting boilerplate code, by the way. So this is if there's a failure in a reCAPTCHA check. So that goes here. That's not declared because I'm using the wrong macro in the header file. Oh, you don't like the fonts? Or you just find them strange? This is Fira code and custom ligature. So once you install the font, you just go up to here and you turn. So if I turn that to false, it won't look as strange. All the arrows become just normal arrows again, like that. A viewer suggested it to me, so I was giving it a try. I think I like it. I think that looks cool. Not for everybody. Okay, so failure. This is given. Oh, right. The macro I used to declare it needs to be updated, so it is. Where is it? Request password reset. This one. It needs to be the one with reCAPTCHA. That should make these red lines go away. Yep, okay. And then, right, this is now a vector. We can return more than one if we want. And bad input is this much of it. Goes here. Remove the impl. And then proceed is just always true. And we always need a reCAPTCHA for password reset. And what's this messaging? It's I think that is just a temporary glitch in IntelliSense. Anyway, the pre-check is this much of it. Here. That goes here, and that's a false if that happens. otherwise return true. And then this goes away down here. This goes away. Okay. It still doesn't like that for some reason. Oh, right. That does have an impl in front. Yeah, because we're going to another subcomponent. Yeah, okay. So if you guys don't mind, I tend to vocalize all my thought process. That can get maybe annoying if you don't have the context of what I'm thinking of. I tried to include the context, but I don't always succeed. On request password reset. Where am I using that? Oh, you're right. That goes too. Yeah, we don't need that. Yay, it links. Let's see if my unit tests pass. So since we're refactoring, most of the time, I can check to make sure I didn't break anything by rerunning my unit tests. It looks like I broke something. Happens. Break stuff from time to time. Oh wow, it's already been 4 hours? I usually only stream 4 hours and then I need to take a break for lunch. Let me fix these unit tests and then we'll find someone else to raid so that I can go eat. That's fine. What happened to this unit test? So this is just one test broke. That's not bad. Oh, the forwarding code. This is sort of like testing the boilerplate, so I'm inclined to actually delete these tests at some point because they're a bit redundant now. Let's just fix it for now. I think it broke because the boilerplate is slightly different than how it was handled custom before. So auth player, line 149. Right, so now all the boilerplate includes the IP address of the client when it's forwarded between servers. So that's mock client, because the client is actually mocked. Unit testing, you try to only have one real object, and then all of its dependencies are pretend objects, which are called mocks. And yeah, I had this problem with Test Explorer. Now it clears all my old results. So I don't know what... Oh, that didn't fix it. Oh, the username is blank. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I had provision for that. That's if the username is included in the original message. I need a slightly different macro. Yeah, this one and username goes here. Exactly. Actually, that's probably all the ones with recapture will probably also include the username because the reason you need a recaptcha is to prove who you are or prove that you're not a robot. If you're already logged in with a username, you're probably not a robot. Probably, as in you must have passed a recaptcha to register in the first place. I guess you could always bot your account later. That's a whole other category of problem. All right, it's passing. Let me check it in. Alrighty. This is removing a lot of boilerplate from password reset requests. And there's the old and there's the new. And that's the change in behavior of the unit test. Okay. Update request password reset message handlers. Alrighty. You want a TCP from a container to another in Docker is enough to give them static IPs? I thought you also had to list the ports to open. I remember having to do that. Like if you didn't do that, it won't map the ports of your host to the ports inside the Docker container. You have one, okay, yeah, so the server port has to be open. I think that's the only thing. Do they even need static IPs? I don't think the other one has to have it open because ephemeral ports don't need to be mapped. So the client end usually uses an ephemeral port, like a temporary one. You usually don't have to open those. But there might be another setting on the container to allow it to make outgoing connections. I don't remember. That's essentially telling it you're allowed to make ephemeral port mappings on the fly. Yeah, only the well-known ports, like server end ports, need to be specifically announced, I thought. But I'm not a Docker expert. Adam would probably know. Is he still streaming? Oh, I'm getting tired. Anyway, my code is checked in. I'm not quite done. What do I have left to do? I guess this is going to go till tomorrow. Oh, he is. Okay. He might know. Okay, cool. I completely cleaned up this one. I still need to clean... This needs to go to 0. And I need to handle the administrator commands as well. But those are pretty straightforward. There's just a lot of mechanical work I have to do there. Yes. Actually, I think these might stay because they're not client requests. These are, though. Actually, I wonder why those are there. Ticket add note. When does that get called? I guess I should search for only that. Okay, there we go. Is this obsolete? Oh no, it goes with the admin command. So these 3 go with these 3. And notice goes with notice. Okay, so these will go. Current players stays. Current players. Yeah, that stays. So these 4 will go. So I'll probably do that tomorrow, along with these. And then, yeah, I still have to go into the unit tests and clean them up, so. I was a little too ambitious with my plans yesterday and today. So I really only got maybe 2/3 through that. So I need to finish that and then clean up my tests. So I guess tomorrow will be another refactoring day. Okay, see ya, the Gel Maga. I'm about to head out anyway as well. I'm gonna go get something to eat and watch someone else's stream for a while and take a break. So again, this page we're looking at here is linked to from today. Tonight, my routine is at the end of the day to go and add a new page for what I plan to do the next day. So you can either check that out or you can go to my Discord where I'll post it in the announcements section what I'm going to stream. Like I usually post in the Discord about 15 minutes before I stream. So you can head back there. And my schedule is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight, so that's UTC -7. So I'll be back tomorrow. Probably working on more refactoring. So if that's not your thing, then that's cool. Check back later when I actually am doing something else. Again, the plan is by April 1st to have all of this refactoring done, have the last few tasks done to set up the servers, and then I'll actually have a server with a blank game, and I'll be trying to do the game dev live on that in a way where my viewers can actually log into the game and play it while it's being created. And that's going to be a lot of fun, so I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, who's streaming now that we should raid? See ya, Nui. I wish I could keep going, but I still when I get past 4.5 hours, I get real tired and hungry. So for now, I'm just doing 4-hour streams. I guess at some point I extend it to 6 or 8. We'll see. There's a lot of people streaming. And someone just ended. This is why I look at it, to make sure. I don't want to raid someone who's ending or has ended. Hold on a sec. Okay, I raided Adam yesterday. Let's raid someone else, another friend of mine. We're going to be raiding Mike in Principal. Looks like he's demoing his game. He has a game called Thrusty Ship, and it's out on Steam. There's actually a free demo as well, and I like to try to get people to look at the game because it's pretty cool. Play the free demo, see if you like it, or watch Mike work on it. He's a seasoned game dev. He worked for EA, I think in the QA department for a long time, and now he's striking out on his own as an indie game dev. So we're going to say hi to Mike and raid him. There we go. I hit the button. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, and Stay well, my friends. Bye.